dealing with these four bills, which are addressing the adequacy or SWEP. And today we're going to try to come out of here with some recommendations on all four bills for the subcommittee members to take back to the policy committee in education, which then we'll probably go through the same discussion on the education committee. So I want to go through the paperwork that was just handed out and make sure everybody has a copy. Does everybody, now the sheets which have just been passed out, there are several sheets which reflect the formula, how it was done with the Estabrook study back in 2008 for the base cost. And so there's one sheet there which you can see on the back side where it has the recommended base cost, the universal cost at $4,000 on the first sheet in the top, $4,529. That if you have that sheet, that's not the one with the scratch outs. That's the one it's stapled. That's right. And there's more in that packet. There's also attached to that packet some two tables on the next sheet in that packet, which reflect. Top one is some information that I got from the Director of Special Education at the DOE, Director Fredette. And below it, there's some further information which takes the total costs of these three categories. We'll be addressing them. On the third sheet in that packet, it addresses the issue of the weightedness for special education in the old formula, but it gives three weights based upon the base cost on the first sheet of $4,529, and we'll discuss that. And the last one addresses the issue of the base cost of $10,000, which if something came out, that's how we'd probably make some changes. The other sheet which you have here, this one, the difference between this one and the one you just looked at is that in the one you looked at first, when you go right to the top of it in that stapled copy, you can see the ratio K through 2 has been changed to 1 to 23. And right now it's 1 to 25 based upon that old formula. That one where we came out with that universal cost of $45.29 is built on a ratio 1 to 23 and a ratio 1 to 28. The one that's crossed out is based upon everything the way it is in that 2008 report, 1 to 25, 1 to 30. And you see by doing that, but the same salary is at the top of it. The outcome would drop it down in amount for base cost to $4,404. We'll be talking about these, how the initial salary was gotten, the $42,560, how that was gotten, arrived at, which it's statistically generated. And the other sheets, which you see, I think you'll see this sheet right here. We'll be talking about it. It's the one that deals with the base cost if we used $4,404. And there's supported data attached to that one. So this is some information that we should discuss here today before we take any action on anything. And then there should be also a sheet that you received like this, which are the revenues which were provided to finance yesterday, what's in the Education Trust Fund. Okay, and where the sources of those revenues are and where in the appropriation. So that I'm sure Representative Emmerich was discussing yesterday, and Representative Heath. And there's another sheet which you should have. This one was just provided to us by Representative Fellows, and it looks at going back further than 2008 to 2004 and deals with the fiscal capacity disparity. I call that the name for it, Representative Fellows. You say it was targeted aid. So, but we will at that when we want to look at this, we'll invite Representative Fellows up, as she was working at DOE at this time. I'm familiar with it. Okay, and also we have asked to come forward to this meeting Mark is here from the department. You have some spreadsheets for us also. So I'd like to go through your spreadsheets first, Mark, so then if you want to clear out, you can clear out. But do you have those spreadsheets available for us? Yeah, why don't we come on up and take care of that stuff? Does everybody have a copy of these 4 bills in your packet of materials? You should have those. And also there was another information which we did have. I passed out at one meeting. I'm going to show you that because we'll be referencing this during the course of our discussion. There was a sheet which we had data provided to us by research here in the House. It has where we got this cost for the starting salary of a teacher in the state of New Hampshire, which is $42,560.07. And it identifies all the districts in the state and what their contracted levels are at and where they're starting. So you can see there's a number of them which are starting much lower than that figure, unfortunately, and some that are above it. So this is the average of that. So we'll be referencing that sheet when we talk about some of the other stuff. I thought I had handed out this once before.
I don't see that in my packet.
Okay, Jen, can we get copies made of this?
I'll take care of it.
Yeah. Because it lists all the districts within it too, from the high to the low. Yeah. Okay, so, we're getting some, I wish I had a copy machine like that. Yes. Thank you.
All right.
So as you look over this, I just want to, I was asked to look at the 2008 formula and try to modernize it. And I'll just preface this by this is kind of more of an academic exercise. It cut school funding by $200 million, so I don't think it's going to be something that you're interested in. But as an academic exercise, we can talk about it and some of the concepts.
Yeah, that's what we like to talk about, these concepts that are involved.
I tried to modernize the old formula. The old formula is very targeted. So that's just how it was in 2008.
So just looking at the big spreadsheet, couple things to point out. This has median family income, which is not how we use it. We don't use median family income in the current formula. Median family income is used to sort of identify towns that might be wealthy, meaning it bars any town that has an equalized valuation per pupil over the state average. And it bars, if you meet that condition, so your EVPP is over the state average, meaning you have a lot of property wealth relative to students, and if your median family income is above 150% of median, 150% of the median family income, if your community is, you're barred from targeted aid. Targeted aid is the last section of this formula. So it was used as a vehicle to mechanism to identify communities that had high income and bar them from the formula. I will say this, as I look, I got this data from Phil Slenton with the Fiscal Policy Institute. If you want to dive into this data in more detail, I would recommend bringing in Phil Slenton.
How do you say his last name?
Phil Slenton,
Okay.
Sletten.
Yeah.
So, talking with Phil a little bit, and he can speak in more detail, he said his concerns are the margin of error in this data. And so statewide, when you look at median family income in New Hampshire, it's 110K. But the margin of error on average is around 20K. So that would mean in this data set, you would not be able to delineate or distinguish between a 90,000 per year family and 130,000 a year per family. And so when you're just kind of looking over 150% above, maybe that margin of error isn't much of an issue, but it seems kind of just on its face a large issue as far as, you know, if you met a family that made 90K versus 130K, you would think there's a wide gap there, 40K. So that's one of the challenges with this data. It's based on U.S. Census data, has a 90% confidence interval. Phil Sledden can talk about the statistics in more detail, but that margin of error is definitely real, and it's reflected. You're seeing a number, but that number has a margin of error behind it that's pretty substantial. But this 2008 formula does use median family income. So the section that's highlighted light blue is the first. There's 3 aid components. There's actually a hold harmless in here that I did not try to recreate. But this is
How big was that holdover? It wasn't very big.
not very big.
About
Yeah.
28,000 million?
Yeah. It wasn't stabilization size. Yeah. It was
Much smaller.
sort of small potatoes relative to some of the bigger hold harmlesses we've seen. So this light blue section is local tax capacity aid, and it works really similar to fiscal capacity disparity aid. So basically how this part of the formula works is you take your EVPP, so your equalized valuation over equalized valuation over pupils. So that's basically your tax base over how many students you have. And it gets the average. The average currently is around 1.5 million. So each student has about 1.5 million of a tax base for the state average. And so if your community's EVPP is below that number, so say you had a low tax base relative to students, say you were at 750K, and the average is 1.5 million, then that variance is now measured. The difference between your number below the average and the average. So if we had a community with a low, I'll pick on Berlin, is around 760K. So just to make the math easy, let's say it's 750K, and let's say the average is 1.5 million because it's near 1.5 million. So when we get that number, it's about 750K. So we get that 750K number, and then we multiply it by the average local ed tax rate, which is $10. Sorry, but we don't times it by $10 per thousand. Well, we times it by in the form of a percentage. So $10 per thousand is 1%. So we do 1% of that 1% of that variance between the average EVPP and Berlin's EVPP, and we get around 7,500 per student. So that's the aid amount per student they're going to get, and then we multiply it by the number of students, and that's how local tax capacity aid works. So it's kind of similar to fiscal capacity disparity aid, except since you really depends on your EVPP, which is what fiscal capacity disparity aid. It's a different program. It's local tax capacity aid because the grant is determined by the local spend, the local tax effort. So it's an interesting concept. Since it was enacted in 2008, and now I'm using the same exact formula, I'm bringing it to today's terms. It's doubled in size. So in 2008, it was around 200 million. We also had a lot less property values back then. And so the sort of neat thing about this concept, and we're studying this kind of from an academic purpose, as property values grow, so say your EVPP became 2 million, and you're now Berlin, and you're 50% of that, you would be 1 million. So now the variance is 1 million, and if say you times that by 1%, you would have a higher aid amount per student. So this formula has a decent float mechanism. In a sense, it would float with property growth. If you wanted to do fiscal capacity disparity aid as you implemented it in 2021, you have to modify the grant amounts, and you have to modify EVPP amounts. So this formula as a concept seems to achieve that sort of fiscal capacity objective. And in modern format, it seems to, I didn't see any issues with it as far as modernizing it. I could use it as is. The only thing when I was thinking about how this could create challenges is if there's a lot of federal money coming in or local taxes are up, if local taxes are up, let's say local taxes are up high, local taxes on the communities are up, that local ed average tax rate would increase, which would then increase state aid. And if state aid was increased, potentially the tax rate would lower. So it'd create this kind of,
Mark, can you tell us how this would impact a community like Lincoln, where their property values are high,
yeah.
but the average income is probably low?
So
Of the person working, at the hourly wage?
so Lincoln is considered has a their tax base relative to their students is pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lincoln does not qualify for this because their equalized valuation per student is 10 million. So just like fiscal capacity disparity aid, Lincoln would not, under however you construct that, Lincoln is considered has a high tax base relative to students. And so fiscal capacity disparity aid doesn't apply to them. They're also, in the 2008 formula, they're not eligible for targeted aid because their EVPP is high. Even though Lincoln's median family income, let's see, 95K, so just below average. So just below the state average.
Yeah.
Within the margin of error, but yeah, that's so Lincoln doesn't qualify for actually, they get a 0 grant, I believe. If I look at this.
Mr. Sharon?
Yes.
I mean, so if we were funding education based on an income tax, that would make a difference for Lincoln. But since the source of our funds is property, you have to go to the question of what the valuation is.
Yeah, there's,
That's
Yes.
why that distinction, right? It depends on what your source is. If you're funding from income, then it makes a difference what the average income is. If you're sourcing from property, makes a difference what the average property is, and income becomes irrelevant.
yeah, so I know House Education, House Finance has had those policy discussions on when building, designing formulas, what metric is most important to you in determining it, and property is always in the conversation, and then typically also in the conversation is F&R counts. So that's how we've done things currently, but yeah, that policy discussion it comes up often.
Yeah, where the two meet here, yeah. Yes, Representative Ames?
Mark, I know maybe you spoke to this, but under the old 2008 formula, there was the calculation that was based on EVPP.
Yep.
And then there was a cutoff that was based on income, medium income. And so a town like Brookline, as I recall, just like on your updated data, comes across as very eligible for the targeted aid until it hits the wall of ineligibility for targeted
So,
aid because it's got a high median income.
Yes. Yeah. So the way I pulled up an old law book and I didn't go through it like multiple times normally if I really wanted to vet this thing out, and I would do a lot of quality control. But I believe my understanding of the 2008 law is the local tax aid, local ed tax, tax capacity aid would be, Brookline is eligible for that.
Yeah.
But you're right. The targeted aid is when you bring in family income, Brookline's now out of it.
And to take a bigger town, Bedford, which has a very high income. I don't actually know Brookline well, but Bedford does. And Bedford's eligible for the aid until you hit that. Nope, you can't get it because your income's too high, right?
Yeah, Bedford is, let's see where Bedford's at. Yeah, their income 176, median family income. So,
And that's where we bump into this problem of the data isn't good because, the
Correct.
cutoff now, well, maybe they shouldn't be cut off because maybe they're in that 20%.
absolutely, yeah. So if I don't have it in, I mean, I have it in my computer, but if I looked at the margin of error on that Bedford data, there's a way to read it that they're eligible, and then there's a way to read because the margin of error.
There
So,
you go. Yeah.
or they're even further. I was actually reading the income data. They just, I think they just gave up in Newcastle. They just said greater than 250K. So,
So to me, it always made sense to have that firewall with so the wealthier towns, even though we don't have an income tax, but they have other ways. It's easier to raise taxes perhaps in that, or property taxes in that community than in other communities. Maybe that's the idea. and to have that cut off. But then you come up against this problem of the data is not good. And so you're using something that has a big impact, and it may be making a mistake.
Yeah, from my perspective, although we have a lot of problems with the FNR data and struggles with the FNR data, it rolls in a little bit cleaner than census data, because census data is based on survey. FNR data is backed by, documentation that the student is eligible. And we've had these conversations for years. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Representative Luno, you had your.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mark, for your very complete analysis here, and this is terrific. I wanted to follow up on something that Representative Spilsbury said just a few minutes ago, and also last week too, where you sort of cautioned on the average, and which is really important, I think, particularly when looking at household incomes. Because while the property valuation of a community is essentially the community's ability to access resources, the income is not done on a community basis. It's really on a household by household basis, because there's going to be a large variability, across there's going to be an average, but there's going to be a tremendous, variability on that. And I think it goes back to, I think, something we've talked about, and it has been incorporated into a couple of these proposals, a low and moderate income property tax, relief program that is very much income sort of, driven. But at the end of the day, in New Hampshire and I think across most states, school funding, maybe not to the same degree we do here in New Hampshire right now, does have a large school funding has a large portion of school funding does come from local property taxes, and in New Hampshire, we're at what, 70%, 75% coming from local property taxes. I think that's way higher than it is on average, but being able to do something here that and I think Mark's laid it out, particularly with fiscal capacity disparity, and there's different ways we can do fiscal capacity disparity. I think Mark's got a great example here where it was done on a more of a sort of a local tax effort, or a minimum effort that's expected, for every community based on what its ability to access resources is, and then a targeted or directed low and moderate income property tax relief program that then focuses in on an individual household's ability to access their own resources to put towards that. So I guess in the end, what I'm sort of saying is that the spread, whatever we end up doing, I think is going to have a fair degree of complexity to it. And just as what Chair Ladd said, you've got Lincoln's a great example.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ton of vacation homes, property wealth,
Yeah.
but very much average income. And then you've got Bedford, as Representative Ames was talking about, which is very high incomes. But Bedford, I think, are they the third? We've got a superintendent here. Are they maybe the third largest district in the state?
No, you've got, Derry, Manchester.
Oh, Derry and
yeah,
Nashua. But they're right there with 5,000 or 6,000 kids, I think. 5,000?
I think they're like 5th or 6th. But
Yeah, but that's, yeah. But lot of income, a lot of high average income, but a lot of kids, which puts a tremendous amount of pressure on that equalized property value per pupil. So anyway, sorry about all the stuff there, but
Yes, Representative Spilsbury.
thanks.
Very interesting observations, but I would like to throw a few caveats in. First, it's true that there's a lot of disparity within any community between the low income and the high income within the community. I think that's in terms of income. But real estate values, in a very loose and indirect way, are a proxy for incomes. Where incomes are high, property values are bid up. Where incomes are low, property values aren't well supported. So the property values are a result of the total expendable income available to purchase and service a mortgage and so on. So when we've chosen to use property as our primary revenue source, we basically go to a community and we add up all of the property to create the grand list, and it's a pool, right? So the mill rate is derived from the pool, and then it's assigned proportionally to the individual owner's property, which actually works out well and makes sense. But one thing I'm very uncomfortable with, and there's a component of it in 1586, is means testing a tax. We means test a lot of social programs, right? We say you're going to get an EFA or you're going to get a whatever, depending on what your income level is, and there's cutoffs. It's pretty much common practice. But when you take something like a property tax, which is already proportional, and your tax according to the capacity to pay, doesn't make much sense to me. 1586, I believe, has a component, does it not? Or it's your other bill that does it.
I get the right, 1586 has the SWIP reform.
Yeah.
And that's got the low and moderate income.
The low and moderate
rebate
income.
program,
Yeah.
Which is based on income that you've got to have in order to pay the property tax. And that's the idea, that they don't have, if your income is low, then you might not be able to pay the property tax, and then you might lose your property. So it's all related to.
And I would contend that where that's the case, the real problem is that the property tax is too high. Right? Everyone acquires his own home according to his means, and then is taxed proportionally. I think if we unpeel it, the real problem is too much is riding on the property tax. Okay, now I'm, just
I think what Dick's talking about too, on the low and moderate component, policy component in 1586, is directed only to the state property tax, not to the local portion.
Yep.
Of the property tax.
Yeah, fair enough.
With that, it's a state program.
Fair enough, but the point I'm trying to get to is when you find yourself as a state on a policy level having to make carve-outs and means testing, you got to look at the underlying problem, which is that the property tax is too high. And in the towns where it's more likely that there would be a demand for a low income credit, those are the towns where the burden is the greatest, okay? I mean, for example, Charlestown and Claremont, my neighbor, absolutely pop out on the first page without looking at all 4 pages. I think it would still be true if you looked at all 4 pages. They are just so far out of the norm that they represent a problem for the entire community to afford the property tax, not just for a select few with, some kind of measurable low income. So look at the EVPP. I think it's a marvelous measure. It bakes in so many things. The EVPP of Charlestown at 562 is
That's one of
less
the
than
lowest.
half the average
Yeah, that's near the bottom.
and a quarter of many of the others.
Well, I think that's an example too of the regressive nature of property. In that, even though you're applying a uniform rate to across all property, and you've got some people with very limited use, lower value property, tremendous, owning very high price property. The difference in their incomes may be much greater than the difference in their property values. And this may be something that you know, hearing from somebody like Bill Slatton, who can talk about, property values are like this, but the income spread across those property values may be much wider. So you've got a much greater, disparity in terms of any owner's ability to pay on that effort of the uniform property tax on their properties.
If I can just boil my comment down
quickly.
to one simple proposition, and I know this is fairly fundamental, so it's hard to get there. When you have a tax source that creates such disparate results that we go to the length of charting it in a chart this complex with this many variables, what you're really looking at is that you've got too much riding on that one revenue source. And I'm trying to redirect the conversation to how we unburden real estate, not to how we rearrange it and then send state subsidies to take account of it.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
Yeah, right now we're jumping into the revenue and we're
Yes.
getting the ways of doing that.
I
So
apologize for my
just-
perspective.
Let's stick to policy here.
Enjoyed that conversation.
I know you both did, but now let's get back to where we are. Mark,
Yep.
you,
Just an
Yeah, or Dick.
observation, or actually a question for Mark. I think in this chart, you don't get the local rate, the local ed tax that you've got here is not the equalized.
It is equalized. Yeah, it's
That rate and that which might, and you're still 15,000. Equalized is 934.
okay. There could be an error. I'm not sure. I intended to do.
Yeah, that's what we should have.
Yeah. It should be tax effort over an equalized tax base.
I think so. Were you? This one right here.
So I know the top number. The top number is the one that matters. The one that you see next to your town actually doesn't matter for the formula. It's just there.
Okay.
Mark, do you have anything else on the spreadsheet here?
Yeah, I'll just be quick. The yellow section is similar to the local capacity aid, except you take your average EVPP without utilities, and then you take your community's average EVPP without utilities, and if you're under the average, whatever that variance is, you apply the SWEP tax rate. That gets you the aid per pupil, and then you multiply it by the pupils. So it's doing almost the same function as the light blue column, except it's based on non-utility tax base, and it's the SWEP rate. Lastly, the targeted part is, again, like we said, it's saying if your EVPP is above the average, if you have 150% above the median family income, both of those apply. You're not eligible, and then it has some targeted aid based on SPED counts, FNR counts, English language learners, and transportation. And the law back then said 3% or greater increase each year. And so I just applied the 3% for each of the, I think, 16 years or some odd years to get up to a modern metric. The only sort of lesson I think I learned from this is our formula in 2008 was very targeted, as you can see. Now, in the model we have currently is a mix. Some targeted aid on the right side of the formula, some targeted aid on the left side of the formula relative to FNR and SPED, but every student has a base aid amount. There's no base aid amount on this formula. The closest thing to it is transportation aid, but communities with high EVPP and family income are barred from it. So there's no base aid, universal base aid that every community gets in this formula. That is why Alton, my understanding is why Alton gets $0. So some communities are not, the current formula has a base aid amount that every community is sort of guaranteed. This formula was very targeted. So just kind of a difference from back then to now. And that's just, I don't know, another sort of history lesson there, but that's,
Where'd you get that figure, $314 on your transportation? Is
so
it out of the base
so, and I don't even know,
elements?
Yeah, well, no, it's actually coded in law in 2008. It says, I believe the number was 190 or something. So there's a number hard coded in law. And I don't even know if there was I'm actually unsure if there was an inflation metric to increase that. I'd have to look at the law more carefully. I added an inflation metric to it of 3% each year. And so that bumped it up to 314. But that was pre-2008 study committee that looked into transportation cost. I believe all of this would have been codified in.
Yeah, based upon back that era, that was part of, was added into the universal cost
Yeah.
for a student, and it was $362, I understand, but.
So yeah, the methodology on how they got here. I mean, I wasn't here, so someone might know it. Sally, Representative Fellows might know it.
Okay. And this sheet right here?
It's just a comparison with current
comparison
law.
Between then and now?
Yeah, so it's $200 million decrease in school funding, so it's obviously not going to look favorable to almost all communities. The only interesting thing was Goffstown and Rochester, I think, do better, and they just have really high. They just have the local tax capacity aid is really, I believe, benefiting them. Maybe more so than the current formula that relies a lot on FNR data. So, so for example, Goffstown has a pretty low poverty rate. They have about a 15% poverty rate. The state average is around 25%. So our current formula puts more weight on poverty. And so this formula doesn't. And so they do a little bit better in this formula, but that's the only sort of compare and contrast I could kind of find just doing a quick analysis.
Looks like a number of towns did, like Portsmouth and Manchester.
Yeah, they lose all. Well, Manchester's just a big city, so whatever happens, everything's going to be large. Whatever happens to Manchester. But yeah, my understanding too is excess swept was in play. So a town, like community like Alton, their full swept would go to the state, and they would. So that's funding they currently get to fund their schools, and that would be gone.
Are there any further questions on this one to Mark?
Just real quick, to Mark, when you talk about the average poverty rate statewide being about 25%, is that calculated based on the business price lunch?
Yes.
185% poverty.
Yes.
So you're saying it's 25%, is not, it used to be around 28%.
Yeah, it floats in that. It floats in that
okay.
range. I'm not sure. I don't. Last time I checked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Are there any further questions from Mark? Thank you very much. Took
Thank
a
you.
little bit of time to do this, but it presents
Well,
some information.
Yeah, it's always good. I mean, there's always useful to know the history and.
Just following you now, Sal, you presented this other, that you're going back in history as well. Is there anything you want to add to this or explain yours? No. You want to explain yours? Okay, come on up.
Trying to talk about two different ones at the same time would really be a challenge. So you all have spreadsheet.
Even within my own district.
So this really dates back FY04.
Yes. So one of the things I did in the past week is I did some research about the availability of median household value and median household income, which is data that comes from the census. And back in 2004, the data that was used was from the actual 10-year census. And it was pretty good data because in addition to working at the Department of Education, I was a census taker twice in 1980 and 1990. And at that time, when you got to the smaller communities, like I worked in Rumney and in Bridgewater, they used the long form census form, which had huge numbers of questions about income and all this kind of stuff. So that was pretty accurate. One of my concerns is that what they do now, and they've been doing for 20 years, is they do sampling every year. And so every year you can see new data on household income and home values. But they also do every 5 years, they look at 5 years of data and they average that. And then they adjust for inflation. And so that's pretty good data because it makes the, however many they sample in 1 year, I don't know what it is, but your sampling pool is 5 times bigger. And Phil Slatton, I understand, is concerned about the margin of error. They do have margins of error, but we've been using equalized valuation. And that, at least the census data has actual data. Equalized valuation includes some objectivity issues because there are just so many variables and really somebody's making that determination. It's based on that. Equalized valuation is also based on a sample. The equalized valuation is calculated looking at the number of properties in a town that are sold every year and comparing their assessed value to what it sells for. And particularly right now, there are not many sales, so that's highly variable, with a large margin of error. So I think when it comes to school funding, you're going to have to deal with, you're going to have to accept that there's going to be, some, and nothing is precise. I mean, we'd have to go to every single school, look at every single expenditure, every single student to really get some kind of precise thing. So that's just my comment on that. If I stop talking for a while, it's because I have an issue with my throat. And Representative Spilsbury knows you don't want me to start coughing because you know what that looks like.
Is this using current data in
Yes.
the 04 formula?
It's using the data that's in the adequacy aid that districts are receiving right now. So you're familiar with ADM, the median household income in the this is owner occupied home from the census. There's one difference in here between FY04 and now. I switched it. It used to be, it was family income, and I'm using household instead for a couple of reasons. We were talking about 20 years ago, and I think that people who occupy a home are different. The composition is different now. I think we have a lot more unmarried people or unrelated people living in a home compared to, percentage-wise, compared to what it was 20 years ago. Also, the advantage of using household income instead of family is household income involves every occupied residence, whereas family is a much smaller subpopulation of that. So here's the premise. You look at the household income. You've got the state average running across the top for an individual town, just like Ackworth. You can see the income in column B. In column C, it says if they were to have an income tax of 0.5%, how much would they have to pay? So that's column C. Then, if that's how much they have to pay, when you compare it to the home value, what tax rate would that be? So, for Ackworth, if the tax rate was $1.77 per thousand, they would pay $384. So that's done for each town. Then if we jump over to, let's see, so the next step, you're not going to see a number for this, but the next step is apply that tax rate, $1.77, to the equalized valuation. And you raise a certain amount of money, which is just not, it's in the formula, you just don't see it. You take that and you divide it by the ADM in column A, and that tells you how much revenue per student that town can raise. And up at the top, you see what the average statewide is. So you can see there's a big difference when you look down that column at how much revenue per pupil. And that can be affected by the things that affect that are the income of the household, what the average home value is, and the equalized valuation, and the number of students.
Sally, can you
All
stop
of-
right there? And
okay.
let's look at a particular town. I'm looking at Bridgewater.
Okay.
You're up that neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Where we're talking 9,059. Now, if you go down along the lake, if you're on the lake side of the road, your property value is much higher than on the other side of the road. And the incomes, though, of people on the other side of the road are a lot of folks that are just going up to Plymouth and working hourly wages. So
I would particularly because, well, the ones that are around the lake, a lot of those are probably not owner, some are owner occupied, but probably a lot, the majority of them is not, I would guess.
they're not residents, in other words.
Well, wouldn't you guess that? I would,
I would assume that's the case,
yeah.
but I don't know. I don't live there, so. Okay, why don't you keep marching on then?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
that's a good example because the income is below average.
Mm-hmm.
The home value, it looks like it's a little below well, these are not averages. These are medians. So one of the things, when you look at the home values, it's not going to be those houses on the lake. It's not going to be the trailer parks either. This is in the middle. So it kind of, takes that part out of the equation through step E. But when you get to G, it does come into play because you're going to be applying it to, based on the size of the town, based on the fact they only have 84 students, that's a lot of property value. So that's when it comes back into play. And that's why, even though their incomes are not very high, their property value is a little below average. It's probably a little on the high side for the area, but the revenue they can raise is way, way high. So they're not going to get any of this aid. So it can be any of those factors that kick in. So we've determined through G, what we've come up with is kind of like the capacity for each of these towns. So one thing, I saw it in FY6. I don't know if we've seen it since then. There have sometimes been a component of adequacy aid that says, this is the pot of money you have. So how are you going to distribute it? It's not like, this much per student and you come out with X. It's look at your students and whatever factors, but you only have so much to distribute. So that's how this was developed. I mean, clearly you can just use parts of this, but it was set up to only distribute a certain amount of money. And in FY4, it was only $10 million. but you can put anything in here. So for the next step, if you look at H, you take the state average revenue per pupil and you multiply it by 2. The reason for doing that is the number that shows in that column for the state, 2,500, is, oh, wait a minute, just forget that part. The reason that it's 2 is because if you didn't multiply it by 2, you would only deal with funding everything that's below the median. And the premise for this is you might want to, fund some that are, not the top 10%, but you might want to fund some that are above the median. So that's why it's multiplied by 2. So, the next thing it does is it uses an adjustment factor, which is under I. That's a percentage. So when you multiply the state average by 2, instead of $2,200, you get $4,400, and you're going to compare that to the individual town. So the first one would be Ackworth, comparing the state average of $4,400 to the $3,116, and Ackworth is below that, so they wouldn't get any aid. But if that's all we did, then it would cost way more than $50,000. So to make it come down to match how much money you have to distribute, that's where that adjustment factor comes in. You multiply that adjustment factor by the state average and by the town's amount, which is in column G. So what you get when you do that, the individual towns, you get certain amounts per town, and then you subtract the state, which is with the factor in it, which is the 2,500, by the local amount. So let's look at Allenstown. So Allenstown's local amount is 2017, but when you multiply it by that 0.6 and then subtract it from the state average, the difference is 309. I could have shown more steps, but I just didn't do that because it wouldn't fit on the page very well. And then you just take the column I is just the 309 multiplied by the number of students.
So we're there, huh?
We are.
Good.
The last column is just an example of, so you could see, like, if you were trying to distribute more money, what it would look like. But you can't use the numbers in the state across the top, that 205, and it would be different. But the result would be this, what's shown.
So any questions on this formula, Representative Ames?
It's not really on the formula.
Yeah.
If there's text that explains the formula, which I
Actually-
don't think we have.
So
I'd
actually,
like to
do.
get that, and that's really my only question. I think this is
I have-
interesting background information
Yeah.
that we should retain and hold, but I don't think we need to dig
If we
deeply
can get
into it.
Representative Fellows to
Yeah, I
provide
have
that
it
to us,
right
we could
here.
put it-
Yeah,
Only difference, this says 10 million in here, and also this had the medium family instead, so I can,
that would be great.
before the end, I can run up and get copies of
Thank you
this.
very much. Representative Luno?
So thanks, and thanks, Sally, for showing this. I just want to make sure I understand that this isn't a a complete, form, this is a fiscal capacity.
Yeah. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, this like stands alone.
Yeah,
I
this
mean, you
this
could put
isn't
this
the
like,
formula, this is
you
just
could
the,
put it like not even inadequacy.
right, it's a supplemental disparity
Yeah,
based.
but I think actually isn't part of what we have now inadequacy. aid, isn't it?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I just want to, so I,
A separate component, yeah.
yeah, I didn't really want to call it the formula, so, thank you.
So, I mean, it's got some mechanisms in here that could actually even be applied to something else. You know, the idea of like, you know, if you only have a certain amount of money to use, most of the time what you see is it's just prorated, you know, give everybody 90% or something like that. How this works with that, it doesn't even have a name, like I think it's called adjustment or something. The adjustment percent is something that when you don't have enough money to give everybody what they would be entitled to, it reallocates the money to fewer of the qualifiers, with most of the the amount that's retained is higher for the ones with the greatest need. So it's not just prorated. You're taking back from the ones that had the least amount of aid, like per student, and lower, you know, redistributing it, you know, distributing more to the lower ones.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So it's going to take me a bit of time to absorb this going column and reading, but fundamentally, you're trying to find a way of determining capacity to pay by taking into account both household income and property value and merging them. That's what you're trying to do. Yes? Okay.
You could have two towns, same income, same home values, same number of students, but they could have very different equalized valuations. So the ones with the higher equalized valuation would get less. But any of those, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 factors. Any of those can make it go up. You know,
Representatives?
My understanding is that the equalized values that are available to us from DRA were determined April 1, 2022, and that April 1, 2024, we will finally get values as of April 1, 2023. We're looking at April 1, 2022 values right now. Is that correct?
Actually, I wasn't 100% sure. They're whatever equalized valuations are in the FY24 adequacy, because they might be,
That's
I don't know.
2022.
Which equalized valuations are in FY24 adequacy? I think it might be 21.
It would be the 220 billion number, and now in 25, it's up to a 310 billion number.
Well, no, which year of equalized
Yeah,
value?
I'd have to.
So I think it's 21, but I could be wrong. It's either 21 or 22. It. Which?
See, folks from Ways and Means really get into this stuff.
Well,
Yeah, both of you over there.
I actually keep forgetting to ask Mark to please put the year on the column total.
So I can tell you how 25 works. So basically,
Well, which year of equalized valuation is 25?
the 25. I'll tell you the 25 works. 25. We had. Let's see. We have the MS1 comes in the fall of.
This is why.
Yeah. So MS1 came in the fall of three. No, sorry, the fall of 22. Then it was equalized throughout the 8-month period. So that would have been the fall of 22. So 22 would represent 25. Yeah, I think so. I think I got it.
So this is 21, because this is FY 24. Any more questions?
Any more questions? Thank you very much,
Okay.
Representative Fellows.
And Jen's
Yes,
getting you the
Representative
language.
Heath?
Could I ask at this point, we've had a lot of questions about the lawsuit with Conval, and we have the superintendent here this morning, and I just thought this would be a great opportunity. I know she's a busy lady and has a lot to do. Would it be okay if we were?
Yeah, but we're gonna do first, we're gonna get into those two bills right now, the one 10 million, the other with 27. That we'll have a little bit of discussion on it, what we have in front of us, and then we'll be able to have, or give some input.
We just ask if she has a time to stay, though. Are you all set with time? All right, thank
Okay,
you.
good. Okay, what I'd like to do now is discuss where we are in terms of the bill which we have before us, which is suggesting that the base cost be $10 million. $10,000 per pupil, yeah. 10 million would be a wonderful thing, but we don't have it. We don't own oil wells or gold mines. So with that, I'd like to first look at the sheet that has the crossouts on it, this one right here. Because what this sheet does, it looks at the formula which came out of 2008 and how we arrived at base cost. And you can see that there's the salary of $42,560. Everybody should have that sheet now, which was delivered by Jennifer Four. This is the one that came around that we asked to have copies made. And you can see that on the second page in, it shows you what the state average minimum is, $42,560. And you can go down the sheet and see all the towns which are above that. And on the last page, you can start seeing how they really dip down to, $31,712. Up your neck of the woods there, Representative Cascaden and Gorham. So this sheet that we're looking at with the scratch outs on is dealing with some of 42,560. And the way it was designed back in those initial days in 2008, there was a 33% added on to it for benefits associated with that contract. And so then you see the total teacher would have been $56,605. The grade levels pupil-teacher ratio were put together by 1 to 25. You see 1 to 23 here because I have another sheet where I reduced it and wanted to see what would happen if it went from 1 to 25 to 1 to 23 for a K through 2 population. So how we staff within the building is based upon a 1 to 25. That's basically how the base cost has been derived ever since. We've never messed with this part of the formula at all, other than the bottom line figure, which would be your universal cost. And so you can see how it is. If it's 1 to 25 for K through 12, then that portion of the base cost would be $2,264. Specialty teachers, those teachers like our PE teachers, music teachers, librarians, add on this other 20%. There's 5 categories there. You have 5 preps during the course of a school week. And so it was $453 was added on. And it would be added on if we were using the new figure, 42,560. And you can see what happens on the other side of the slate there for grades 3 through 12. When you come back to the bottom side, after you add in all the different components which were established as contributing to the base cost, you can see that after you add in the individuals, custodians, instructional materials, technology, etc., for K through 2, it was would be $4,698. For grades 3 through 12, $4,245, And you can see how the formula comes up with the universal cost down before how you get that blended cost. You take the 4,698 for those 3 grade levels, multiply that by 3, do the same thing for the 42, 45 for the grades 4 through 10. You get the 42, 45, multiply for through 12 and multiply that by 10 because there's 10 grades, then divide that by the 13 total grades, and you came out, this how it was designed, you came out with 4,400, you would come out with $4,404. I believe back in the days in 2008, it was a little over $3,400. So that's that sheet right there. There's, and we use that sheet in, if we're looking at the other component of $27,000 per pupil, the base cost would be based upon the categories which we had, and that's also attached. If you went to the sheet with the staples in it, and you went to the third sheet down, in that lower table, the lower table, you can see the total number of students we'd have if we used weighted formulas for the 3 categories, A, B, and C. This is the same legislation that came out of education policy last year, but using a different weighted amount of the base cost to determine the amount of money for the various categories. For example, if you go to the top level there, you can see in the top table, category A has a 0.6 of the base cost. And it shows the number of kids that were in that according to what was developed by the director of special education. And they have different numbers than are in the adequacy formula. The adequacy formula has a total of 30,965 kids. This is 28,626. They take a one time in history to get their kids, one time. The other cost the state uses for adequacy is an average cost. And so they take a higher number of kids. They have a number of kids. So this formula has been based off the bottom table, the total number of kids we have in special education, 30,965. If you took the amounts that we have in category B, A, B, and C, the percentage, the percentage of the base, a 0.6, a 1.2, or a 1.8, you can see that here's where we would get the cost.
Chair?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm looking at a 0.5, a 0.9,
Yeah.
and 1.4.
I'm in this, no, I'm looking at this sheet right here, which is
That's what I said.
looking right up on that top sheet right here on the top table.
Yep.
0.5 for A, 0.9 for B.
Not mine.
1.4.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got different data. It's 0.5, 0.9, 0.9.
Which would we run off?
You may just be looking at different.
No, I'm talking, there were 2 sheets that we had, and yeah, that sheet, that one you're looking at is one which was developed for if we had a ratio of 1 to 23 and a 1 to 28. This is the formula based upon the pupil teacher ratio for those grades of 1 to 25 and, okay?
It's based on which one?
So we're on it, the formula which had $4,404 as the base cost has higher percentages for determining special education than does the other sheet. You're dealing, of course, a larger amount on the base cost in the other sheet when you're talking about 1 to 28 and 1 to 23. The universal cost for that was $4,500. This is $4,400 we're working off of. So the base cost, or excuse me, the amount of money allocated for those categories, you could see how it is broken out by the the same ratio that Rebecca Fredette did up at top when she had 28,626 students. This is 30,965. We took the kind of same ratio and project that in category C, for example, in separate schools, are in category C for the homebound, the residential, and the separate schools, that came up with a lower number of kids than does the one down below. Yeah.
So how did you come up with the 0.6, the 1.2?
Looked at a lot of other states, and there are other states that have similar type rate, but we're also a hybrid that, in fact, we have a separate category for paying special ed called catastrophic aid or special education aid. Some of the other states include that right within adequacy, so if they're,
Special categorized grant.
it's apart from this formula we're looking at.
Right. So I guess one of the questions I had the last time we met last week was, in these three categories, what is our statewide, I mean, you've got the term cost up here, but that's really what your funding
Yeah, right.
level would be.
Yeah, right,
What
yeah.
is our statewide actual cost to provide special education services for all of the students statewide that are in A, B, and C? And then how do these,
$66 million.
no, $66 million is.
What we have in the current formula.
No, right, but that's the funding, that's not the cost of the districts, that's the funding.
But you got to add in, if you're looking at the other component that comes,
If the state is saying, we're gonna give districts $66 million, the districts are gonna apply that towards, I'm making up the number, $1 billion worth of cost. And what is that all in district cost?
State plus local?
No,
Just
what
local.
What to districts?
just the,
I'm not talking about where the funds come from. I'm
Right.
talking about what the costs are
Okay.
for the districts to provide special education services to all 160,000 students across, whatever number of those students fall into categories A, B, and C. What is that statewide cost, all districts?
Is that from
Mark-
the DO
Mark?
25?
900 million.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was pretty close actually to $2 billion.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, yeah, we had that.
Yeah, so if we're looking at that 900 million, then in the one that we were just talking about with the 0.6, the 1.2, the 1.8, the total funding by category comes out to 93 million, so about 1/10 of what the districts are spending. I mean,
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
want to put it in context.
Putting it in a context like that, but there's a lot of downshifting coming from the federal government too,
I
which,
think we do.
and we're asking the local to pick up that burden and the state,
Yeah,
which is a huge burden. The money we get from the federal government is right, it's under 20% now, isn't it?
Yeah.
right.
50 million, so yeah.
Yeah, and
But
so
at
we're
least
having,
in terms of relief from the state, I'm just trying to put it in the context of what our local school districts are spending. So local school districts are spending $900 million on all the students in A plus B plus C. And we're proposing, and I'm not saying we're proposing this, right, that this spreadsheet basically says the state might put 93 million towards that. And there's,
yeah, this formula basically says we're going to increase the amount of money we're putting underneath special education differentiated by about $35 million. And then if you add the base cost, which this would also jump to 4,404, you're adding in another, go to that next sheet, if I can get it.
so that's the one that's the 93.
Yeah, if you take what we're spending for FY '25 for the base cost, we are spending presently 646 million, and with raising it, and that's at $4,182 per kid. And then if we increase to 4,400 roughly $4,404, it goes to 680. So the difference there is the $34,000 for the base cost. The base cost difference and the differentiated aid cost will be an increase of 35. So this is projecting that to increase both from the bill that's the 10,000 per child and the 27, we'd be increasing the additional revenue needed to the formula of $69 million. So that's there for discussion purposes. And that, I guess where we are right now is that let's look at these two bills which we have, the 10 million and the 27 million. And in conjunction with the bill that you're putting forth, Representative Ames and yourself, we've seen that that needs interim study. And there's lots to do on that. I concur. So we're not ready to go there. My concerns are, here we are going into this next year when policy statements are going to have to be sent out and building a budget, and we're not going to have anything, the foundation formula is not going to be there yet, because that's going to be legislation submitted in the next year, that year. So we could be kicking the can down here, and I'm not interested in kicking the can down the road. I'd like to see some changes occur. One, to reflect the actual cost of a starting teacher, and to put in the formula some weighted categories to support the need for recognizing that it costs a whole lot more. Now, speech therapists may have 70 to 75 kids on their caseload. That's pretty typical now throughout the country. And the caseloads we know might be a lot smaller for a student that is really handicapped and needing a lot of special care. That's why you see the category B, have more allocated in the weight for funding in differentiated aid, and definitely category C, which, yes, it's not going to get you that 3.5 times and then the 20% on top. That's catastrophic aid, but it's going to get you closer to not having to raise as much locally to meet those needs. I cannot see us jumping right into something that's going to wholeheartedly fund all this stuff in the next year. And so that's where I'm trying to do, is figure out, is there a step we can move forward to try to do something which is based upon realistic figures. The base cost would be built on the minimum wage for a person starting out in education. And it's based upon these contracts, which we've seen right here. Secondly, on the weightedness, we need to wait out. I firmly believe that we need a policy. This will actually, when we're coming down later on to be discussing the program that came out of the commission, they also recommended some weight, as they did for a lot of other categories within it, for special education.
So question, and I'm just trying to understand what, so what you're talking about, Mr. Chair, are two concepts here that are related to the two bills that we're talking about, the 10K bill, the base bill, and the special education. And the when I look at the sheet that has the 0.6, the 1.2, and the 1.8, it's suggesting that special education differentiated aid would be, I'm not quite sure if it's $93 million or $101 million.
The top part there table is based upon not the number of kids which are reflected.
Yeah.
We got to base on the bottom one.
All right, so it'd be on the bottom, $101 million.
Yeah.
Yep, 30,000. And then on the next sheet, with the base going up from 4182 to 4404, it would have a net increase of base of 69,426.
No. Oh, okay. Oh, are you going over two? Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Per year. So the biennium, you would double it. Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what this is doing. It's trying to move the dial a little bit. I recognize this is not going to be funding everything the way people really see the need and have the need in these towns, because they're having to raise money still. But this is moving the dial, and I think it's more realistic in terms of really capturing those dollars in any kind of a formula we have coming at us. Yes.
I think that's a good direction to go. That's the first thing I want to say, to try to get something incremental out the door so that there's some immediate relief, and that's what I think you're pointing towards. What we're basing it on, I think we all should recognize, is only a portion of real costs, and a good illustration of that, to my way of thinking, is that we're building off of the minimum salary for the starting teacher. And in fact, schools have a range of teachers who've been there for long periods of time, so that the average teacher cost is significantly higher than that, and so forth. So let's not pretend it's other than that.
To just react to that, or not react to it, but that's the way it was done, and that was the same question that came up back in the days that the 08 was put together.
Absolutely.
And so there's been questions, well, should we pay taking on the 5-year teacher, the 3-year teacher, that's always been there. But this is, are some figures that can be captured. I'm not saying, I'm drilling down and saying this is the way it should be, but we need to base it upon what is actually a data point that is realistic, that's happening. And this figure is based upon data that we can justify.
Yeah.
It could be higher there.
So I buy in to trying to work it that way, but I also want to say that there is that larger context that's largely reality that we'll hear from the superintendent on, perhaps, but the way that we need to address that, because it's really complicated, and there hasn't been time in the last 2 weeks to do much of anything other than shuffle through the bills that have been assigned to us, is to put the 1586, as you've suggested we will do, into interim study, as well as, I think, the special ed reform bill 1686. I don't know how these numbers came out that way, but anyway, both into interim study, with the idea that this will be a serious interim study. And if I was able to make it happen, I would renew, with the speaker's help, this subcommittee as a way of boring in on what we have before us and the opportunity that it presents, and make the best of it, which may mean we come out of that process with not just one single, this is the way to go, but a couple of, or maybe more than a couple of ways to go.
We have a limited pool of dollars that are, it's not infinite. And when it comes to dollars allocated towards education, yes, we have the monies in the education trust fund, but that's limited too. And what we got to be cognizant of is that when we're discussing these figures right now, my mind's sort of going blank on me, but I'll come back. I just lost all my track.
I don't know how your mind still works after what you've been through for the last 2 weeks.
Pardon me? Yeah. It'll come to me.
Yeah. So we've got 2 bills that could be amended that would go towards what you're proposing here, with increasing the base to 4404, and then splitting out the 3 categories for special education differentiated aid. And the total cost of that proposal would be approximately $70 million.
Correct.
Okay, so that's this right here. And what you handed out earlier, which I think Mr. Landrigan had prepared for finance yesterday, shows approximately $222 million estimated to be, I'm sorry, at the end of this fiscal year, school year 2024, $182 million to be remaining in the Education Trust Fund. So you're about $70 million into
So
that.
my concern, and I lost track of it, is back now. When you add more money into the base, we're not really putting dollars on the right-hand side of the formula. So I'm really hesitant of jumping the base up to 6,000,
I
5,000, or wherever we got to go without trying to just, now, when the two categories we're affecting, every community is going to be impacted similarly with what these two things are doing. Because they're all part of adequacy, differentiated aid and that.
Yep.
It's not touching the other side of the formula, which needs to be addressed.
Right.
If we're using the old
Right,
formula.
Mr. Chair, we've done a lot of school funding stuff together, and
Yeah, I know it,
and
so-
you know I'm with you
And
on-
I know
on
you're
that.
with me on this one, so that
Um,
I'm really hesitant of jumping up that base because it's gonna
I
be
agree.
sending a lot of dollars out to people that are already keeping excess.
Yeah, but I think what could be very interesting though is if we looked at something like what you're proposing here with about a $70 million cost of base plus special education categories, and then something like what Representative Fellows has presented, which I think was just really a model and could be, you know, tightened up by the department, and Sally's got examples of essentially a $50 million right-hand side package, you know, aid package, and a $100 million, you know, package. Maybe something between those two numbers that comes in safely under what the legislative budget assistant is estimating. That might be something that's within our means, is doable, and moves the needle in both the direction that the court has suggested or the court has said has ordered, and something that provides some equity to our districts as well, and property tax relief.
I understand what you're talking. So you were talking about somewhere putting another 70 million in on top of this figure. And I just don't want to send something on that's going to be dead upon arrival.
But I'm saying doing it through a fiscal capacity disparity package, not through a left-hand side package, but through a right-hand side package, making sure that it doesn't eat into hold harmless and stuff like that, so that we're not penalizing it, or we're not, I don't say penalizing, that where it's not doing things where it's intended to help, and I guess what I'm really getting at is, do we have a bill
Yeah.
that can be amended to do something like this, or are we out of luck?
We have one other one, another SWEP in the committee, but we're out of luck on that one.
But I
And
mean,
we have a SWEP here. We also have yours, but we have the one that's the 10 and the 27, which deals specifically with those areas of adequacy. We're now sliding, and the committee's been tasked, if you go back and read the report that was put out by, I don't think I have it in front of me right now, by the Speaker's office in conjunction with the Minority Leader's office, we were to look at the formula and recommend changes that can best support where we need to go. So somehow it probably could be done.
we could have a non-germane hearing.
Well,
or
or
something
you
like
could
this.
even say that it's part of the overall how we fund education.
Yeah.
We could use one of those bills to address both base and differentiated aid, SPED.
Mhm.
Use one of those bills to do the other side of the formula.
Okay. And have
I
it-
would think that would be germane too. I'm not the one who makes that decision.
But we'd want to have a hearing anyway. on
Yes,
it.
yeah,
So,
certainly.
yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't want to mess around with the one that's coming from Ardinger and you,
Well, it's,
but-
it's
but-
from,
but
it's from.
and
Bill
it comes
Mary
out of the commission. Yeah, I understand that. And the SWEP bill, that's not going to go down party lines at all. It's going to go down community lines, and that's a good way of killing something too. But, we'll have to deal with that one separately. I don't want to mess with that.
Right,
other
but
than
looking at these right here, these bills have to be out of committee February 14th?
We will be acting on these bills on February the 13th. They
Yeah.
have to be out of committee on the 15th.
On the,
Reported on the
reported by the
15th.
15th. So if we're gonna do anything with amendments, that needs to be done ASAP so that we can
Exactly right.
get.
See, this
stuff.
has to go back to the policy committee, and we're gonna have to, make recommendations there for them to move forward. So, yeah, we're running out of time, and we also have the SWEP bill that deals with gambling, which is always a tool.
Right, but that's
Yeah,
separate. I'm
I
just
get it, but that's the
focused
only other funding bill that I'm
Yeah.
recognizing we're in possession of.
Yeah, okay.
Did we hear from superintendent?
Yes, we can do that now, but I wanted to hone in on this discussion right here, so that I'm trying to get some sort of idea where we're going, and so that the 6 people that are gonna have to make the final vote here can do it. And I don't know if it's, if we have accomplished what we need to accomplish here. I think I'd like to see us make some kind of recommendation that special ed differentiate be weighted, period.
That we use the data that I passed out at committee last week, that we use the data that the Fair Funding Commission, committee.
Well,
agencies put
I
together.
think what we need to do is conceptually, we need to say, we believe that weighted formula is very, very important. If you leave the numbers out of it, I think we'll get unanimous consent throughout the policy committee, and it'll go on to finance. Numbers can be put in it by us as well, but the commission recommended it, and most states do it. And the base cost, I think a recommendation needs, if we're working on the current formula, we need to recommend that we allocate dollars through that base formula we have here that are matched up what the cost of an educator is today, a teacher. And it sort of does that for the beginning year. It doesn't do it all the way, but the concept is moving that ball closer. Right now, we're funding at 4186, something like that. That's below the 4,400, which is up to what we're seeing as the average. We're funding absolutely the minimal level of those that are paying $30,000+ per teacher starting.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot to. I mean, if we want to pick apart the sheet, there's a lot to pick apart on this. But I agree with you, Representative Ladd, that sticking with what we could do is a lot more
The funding
valuable right now.
commission or the study that we're looking at needs to really look at inputs versus the other, but also we need to look at, even if we are going to, if we by chance stay with something like this is the other areas within this may not be reflective of what it's like in 2025 versus 2008.
Well, I mean, just the benefits
all
alone.
that- all
Health
those
insurance,
inputs.
retirement, workers' comp, professional development, grad courses,
Well, even when you're looking at, okay,
Yeah.
where's the AI guy in there? Or,
Yeah, the CIS, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
the
IP,
costs of doing technical stuff in schools now is a whole lot more than it was there.
Yeah.
But there's other needs too that folks have mentioned to us that aren't included in those inputs.
Yeah,
That we need to discuss as well.
and
and
same
that's
with real
becomes policy.
student-teacher ratios too.
There's a lot of stuff
Yeah, but,
No,
and so we'll never get out of it right now.
that we don't have time to do it
So-
right now. That's right.
So my next question, what's our, and I think it goes to what Mel was asking. What do we need to, when is this committee going to meet so that we can finish up our immediate tasks leading to the February 15th, got to be out of committee? And then what's the plan going forward beyond?
I asked the question, what are we going to do at another meeting? This group right here.
Look at amended language.
So,
Next,
Mr.
next
Chairman,
week?
I will get you in.
I just want to make sure I'm keeping up with you. It's my impression that what you're suggesting is that 1583 be amended with the figure 4404, and that HB 1656 on the special ed be amended with the three different categories, each at the figures that you have here, 2642.
That was one suggestion. Another suggestion is to add both those tasks onto one of those bills.
Okay, so variation on the theme.
Yeah.
But the point is to enact those two propositions in one or two bills this session to take effect with the next biennial budget commencing July 1st, 25.
Giving direction
That's
to
where you're
Division
trying to
2 and
go.
Finance to know this is what policy is stating that we'd like to see included in the next biennium budget.
Okay,
No,
so,
no, I-
so the cost of which would be an incremental $70 million, which I think sounds manageable.
It wouldn't be for FY '25?
Yeah.
That's not the next biennium budget. That's.
Excuse
that's
me, yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah.
That's this.
FY 20, that's exactly.
Yeah.
So FY '26, but taking effect
No,
July
F-
1st, '25.
No, taking effect July 1st, 2024.
Well, it's my understanding that this is to take effect next year, and that's the way it's drafted. And I think that implementing it, starting the next budget, then you can manage for your revenues and so
No, in
on.
fact,
Revenue,
on what I had in here
imposing
for
it
the weighted
mid-budget.
values,
Where are
July
you?
1, 2025.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about taking effect for FY '25, which would be July 1st, 2024.
No, it would take effect July 1, 2025, because we've already established a budget for FY '25. No, yes.
Yes, we have.
Yes, we have.
Well, we've established
Yeah.
the budget and the preliminary, you
Yeah.
know, estimates,
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
but not the, well, the preliminaries don't even, yeah, the preliminaries are coming out. The actuals won't come out till later this year.
So if I can just continue, I was trying to establish that it's my understanding we're talking about having this take effect July 1st, 25. So we commit to something in 24 that takes effect in 25 for the next budget cycle. So I just wanted to point out, because I wasn't sure whether this was clear. The summary we have in front of us on the Education Trust Fund shows a cumulative ending balance at the end of FY '23 of 161, at the end of '24, 182, and at the end of '25, 222. Let's just remember that's cumulative. So you tap into that, you don't get to do it recurringly year
Right.
after year.
Yeah.
The increment that's being contributed to that accumulated balance is 20,705 for 24 and 39, right? So 70 and another 70 is way outside the realm of what our current revenue structure would support. 70, I think, could be accommodated.
So just to, no, I think 70 plus 70 could be within, it is within the revenue structure because we've got 182 million that is estimated to be the remainder in the Education Trust Fund on
But you
June
can't
30th,
tap it
20.
over and over.
No, you can't tap it over and over, but when we go into the next budget cycle, remember, we're going to have a different legislature at that point that will also be able to consider the, you know, what the, you know, how to fund the Education Trust Fund.
But
at
can
the
I just
same time.
remind us all that we currently have a bill that will be going to the floor, probably not this week, but next week, that will drain the education trust at the end of this biennium.
Yeah.
But I agree with this understanding that the idea behind this is a one-shot infusion of money directed, according to these formulas, to the municipalities. And it will be fashioned and drafted in such a way that that's what it is. It's a one-shot. It's not a continuing commitment. And it would be taking effect in, for the next fiscal year. So fiscal year 25. That's my understanding.
Right, starting.
That's what we're trying to do.
Starting July 1st, 2024.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Well, I can see what we're doing here. My concern is the lawsuit. We talked about kicking the can down the road. And this is, what we're proposing here is another Band-Aid. Perhaps it's a realistic Band-Aid based upon our current fiscal status. But it doesn't deal, I don't think it deals with what the court suit said. And now granted, 1586 is an attempt to try to deal this in a more global thing, and I can understand why it may be put into further study, et cetera. But I think there's more of an immediate need. I mean, that voice has to be in this room.
Mm-hmm.
And it hasn't been in this room, in this conversation. And so I think that's my frustration. I mean, we created the commission, not to go back there, but we created the commission to try to finally have a look after 40 years of the data that has been given to this, to the department for years. We looked a 10-year look. First time in 40 years, an outside group came in and looked at it, and they gave us some data. Now, I know that data is not necessarily reflected in the lawsuit. But at some point in time, we got to deal with this, folks. I mean, the commission was created because, frankly, the legislature has not done its task on what the court has asked for. Has not done its task. And we tinkered it here, we tinkered it there. Little more money has gone out. Oh, aren't we happy we just did a little more money? And so I guess that's my frustration of trying to deal with the immediate issues here, but the long-term thing is still sitting out there. And I'm sorry, that's my frustration.
Representative Cordelli?
But the long term that's hanging out there, we don't know, because what we have is an interim step from the courts. There's more court review and action down the road. That's all pending too.
Okay, I really don't want to get into a lot of discussion of the courts because our task is not, I understand that and we all understand that and think it all the time. However, our task here specifically from leadership is that we propose any changes to improve the funding formula, to improve. And yes, to improve this funding formula, we're a subcommittee, we have not had time even to scratch the surface really in terms of the inputs or the other performance outcome methodology. And we are scratching it, yes, in that other bill, but we don't have resolution. So we got to get there. What is the flight path from here to there? And are we just going to have this all of a sudden boom like that? Or are we going to try to build it and give some support in reflection to what we're actually doing right now with our current formula we're not going to change just like that.
No, but, and to your point, Mr. Chair, we've got a report saying that it's estimated that the trust fund will have $182 million at the end of this year, so June 30th, 2024. If we're talking a Band-Aid, which is what you're proposing here, which I think is a good Band-Aid within the means that we
I'm
have.
also looking for some change.
No, but if we're going to do a Band-Aid with change into the three categories of special education, then we should put that in as soon as possible within the means that we have, and we've got it right here, $182 million. Apply this not for FY26, not for the next biennium when there's going to be a new legislature, but for FY25. Put it in place for FY25. We can afford to do that. For FY26, FY27, the next biennium, we're going to have a new legislature. And I think that new legislature should absolutely be looking at the work that we did back in 2020 should be looking at the work that this committee does and to be thinking big in terms of how we go about fixing school funding, which we know is broken. But we can't do that right now. We can work within this. We can make some meaningful improvements for our schools and our taxpayers for FY25. But the next legislature is really going to have to not just be kicking the can down the road, but to actually fix this.
So, Mr. Chair, can we please hear from the superintendent, from the school district, that all of this is all about? Just, I think we really do
I
need to
think
have
we know
some
what it's all about.
information.
You're welcome to come forward and present to us.
Thank you.
I don't want to get in a whole lot of discussion on these court cases, though. I'm not going to go with Conval, or I'm not going to go with Valinsky and all that right now. Rand, I think what we need to do is we need to have a plan to move forward and address some of the issues. We have a current formula, obviously, that needs some change. Now, whether it's with that report or with some other result, or maybe even improving what we had, because, maybe a blend of the two. Maybe some of the inputs have to be incorporated within that, which it can be done. Maybe we have to look at that tax structure of some of that. That has to be done as well. So I'm all for doing what you're saying. However, I just want to make sure that we are recognizing, saying, yes, we need, if we're going to have a formula that's based upon the present formula, the formula has to move with the cost of doing business as well. And it hasn't. And the base cost has not been changed significantly. The cost of all the people within that, the responsibilities, transportation, maintenance hasn't changed. Looking at new structures needed in schools, it doesn't reflect that. That's what we need to do. I concur. And we also need to be recognizing it costs a whole lot more to educate a special education child with differing handicapping conditions. And we want to have weightedness in place in the formula.
But what's been laid out today
Yeah.
moves us in the right direction.
It's moving us in the right direction.
And we can do it. Let's not wait to do it.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
yes,
saying.
okay, welcome.
Hi, Rick. How are you?
Fine.
I do not want your job. So I am here because there seemed to be some significant questions after I had left testifying in support of HB 1583 about where that $10,000 number came from. A couple of things, if I can react to some of the things that have been said based on what I know about the funding formula and how much it costs to run a school district, is that if you just looked at CPI, if you didn't do anything else, nothing. If you looked at CPI from the time from 2008 to today, just CPI, and that's not the municipal price index, that's the consumer price index. Municipal price index tends to be a little higher. Adequacy would be just above $5,000. So just as you're thinking about, I think it's great that you're trying to take an interim step. And I think that is the responsibility of this group. Certainly, you have a biennium budget and you have to work within that. And I certainly understand having to work within a tight budget. So the $10,000, where did it come from? So the $10,000 is directly correlated to the funding formula that was created in 2008. We actually didn't veer that far from it. We removed some things, but what we did do was we created did inputs based on conservative real work costs from across multiple districts. Originally, when I did it the first time, we did just use Conval, but then we adjusted those costs. And the first place that we looked at, we actually kept the information around first year teacher. I don't have to tell you all that you cannot possibly fill your entire building with a first year teacher. And the average teacher salary right now is above $65,000. So that's the average teacher salary right now, if you're looking at average teacher salaries. We also looked at benefits, those benefits that we are legally obligated to provide. Now, one of the things that certainly has been purported is that, well, you could offer less of a benefits package. Well, the state benefits package is very similar to the benefits package received by teachers, and those benefits are absolutely necessary to recruit and retain. If we lower the benefits, we're going to have to increase the salary. in order to recruit and retain teachers. I don't need to tell you that there's a teacher shortage because you probably read about that regularly. That's a national teacher shortage, not just in New Hampshire. So the next place that we really, and I think one of the biggest places that we differentiated was in class size versus ratio. Those words get thrown around interchangeably in this room, I noticed. Class ratio is very, very different than student or than class size. Because while we talk about specialty teachers and we talk about those things, we can't always have a teacher in front of 25 students. So if we look at a high school, for instance, and you think about, okay, we have a 1 to 25 ratio. We're going to use, if we had a 1 to 25 ratio in a high school, teachers are contractually entitled to a prep period. Now, you don't want to give them a prep period. You say that's part of the contract negotiation. Okay, we can have that conversation. Minimally, we are required to provide them with a paid lunch. So while they're at their paid lunch, we still have to have somebody in front of the children. We can't have all the teachers out at lunch at the same time, and we can't have all the students at lunch at the same time because our cafeterias are not that big. That is not possible. And then, of course, you still need teachers to watch the students. All right, so we're just at our paid lunch. If you use the 1 to 25 or the 1 to 28 or the 1 to 30, if you're using the 1 to 30, that's high school, grades 3 to 12, right? That puts 40 children in a classroom with a teacher. You can't, you have to use ratio. You cannot use class size. So when we did the formula, we looked at historical ratios. K1-2, they are 1 to 9.96, and 1 to, in 3 to 12 is 1 to 12.6. So we use ratios versus real ratios, not class size. And that is a very important distinction. Now, I am not saying that 1.9 is ideal, but we do live in a state that is rural. Okay, my district in Conval is 250 square miles. We can consolidate with other districts. Absolutely, we could do that. So then instead of paying for the classroom teacher and in instruction, you are paying for transportation. And you have to, those are the trade-offs. So yeah, maybe we could get to a 1 to 20 or a 1 to 25 ratio, but the size of those districts would be significant and students would spend significant time on school buses. My students regularly spend 45 minutes to an hour on a school bus, 250 square miles. Buses drive 3,200 miles a day. That's to California. So the next place that we did look at that is different from the formula are services that aren't included necessarily in what you have here. Nursing services. I still remain shocked to some of the response that was to nursing services, and I'm going to respect Representative Ladd's guidance at the beginning. I don't want to talk about the court case, but the bottom line is you cannot have school in this day and age without a nurse. You have to have a nurse. Now, I don't like that either, but the truth is we have students coming to school that never came to school before. You cannot ask a teacher or an admin assistant to provide the types of medications to students that some of our students require. For instance, the medication for severe seizures is given rectally.
Can I interrupt just for a second?
Of course you can, and you have a question, I'm happy
Well,
to.
I don't have a question, but we recognize
Mm-hmm.
that a nurse is a vital part of a school.
Yep.
We're working with the formula we have here. You're
Right.
getting down into all those other inputs, and that's when you're talking ratio as
Oh.
well.
I am just talking about where the $10,000 came from. That's why, because
Okay.
and I agree with you, Rick,
I
we
see.
added the nursing services.
Because some of these services are not they're optional in statute right now.
And so if you have a child who has a seizure disorder, or I have a child who is a type 1 diabetic, that child cannot receive an adequate education or do any of those pieces that call for an adequate education if that nurse is not present. If
I'm not trying to argue with you, and I'm not
Okay.
objecting to it, but that results in having to change statute right now.
got it.
And so that's not one of the bills which we have in front of us. And this is why I'm saying,
But you
this is just starting out. And we're going to have to look at all these areas that you're talking about.
Right. And I hear what you're saying. I'm just here to explain where the $10,000 number came from. The other piece that, and I would ask you to consider, is we removed transportation and said that should be a separate grant. So transportation wasn't even in the $10,000. And that is because if you look, so if we take transportation from 2018, in Kentucky Valley, that transportation cost per pupil about $944.50. That does not include special ed transportation, which I can't answer for Mr. Mangiello, but we have about $13 million in special ed costs in our district, and that does not include transportation. So $944. Another district, less rural, costs $421. And therein lies the problem with the with that part of the formula, is right away that $500 per child creates a significant inequity, because money I have to spend and the taxpayers who live in the Conval School District has to spend just to get the child to school, that other place can spend on instruction materials, teacher salary, nursing services. So and I think that that this committee realizes that there's some very broken pieces here. What I think you really need to consider is that $10,000 is real. Give yourself runway. It's not. There's not $10,000 in the budget. I'm assuming if there was, I think that we would be having a different conversation, right, Representative Spilsbury? There's not $10,000 per student in this biennium's budget to pass 1583. But you do have the ability to amend 1583 and say it takes effect on such and such a date. There is no doubt, and anyone who comes up here and wants to argue about base adequacy, and I've read the minutes from all the way back to 2008, so I know, Representative Ladd, Representative Myler, that you knew when you created the formula that it wasn't enough money. We know that base adequacy, which is the floor for adequacy, not minimum, not the bare minimum. That is not what the Constitution says in New Hampshire. That is not how it's been interpreted. It is adequate, is $10,000. And if you want me to, what spreadsheets do you want me to show you?
I don't think you have to show us anything,
Good.
seeing that
So-
we recognize that your average teacher cost is not $65,000, it's $67,000. We recognize there's a lot of inputs which need to be addressed and even added into the base cost. We get that. That's not going to be happening right here today, seeing
but
that
you-
this is a subcommittee looking at those bills. And
But what has happened over the 35 years is that every 2 years, this happens. And everybody that's in this room, because I've read the minutes, says, you're right. No, I'm not sure that Representative Cordelli has actually ever said that it costs more money, so forgive me. You're right, it costs more money. We know that. And what I'm telling you, everything that I have looked at related to this, and I have looked at all of the minutes, I have looked at all of the information, I have looked at Sally Fellow's works, I've looked at Mark's work, I've looked at everything, because I got grilled for 3 days. It cost $10,000, actually $9,929. We'd be happy with that. The court says $7,500 is the bare minimum. Don't kick this down the road, because I have to, and I am not, I'm reaching the end of my career. I don't want to sit in any of those chairs. I have no interest in that. But what I can tell you is that if you listened to Newport's testimony, if you listened to Donna Magoon, your concern shouldn't be the present court case. It should be the one that's going to come from the ACLU and parents because their children aren't receiving an adequate education. You have downshifted this conversation to bare minimum. That is not what these decisions have been about. It isn't about the bare minimum. It is about adequacy. Adequacy costs $10,000. I think, and you know, everybody can say what they want about, what was it, advocacy from the judges. I would remind you that the judges that made the Claremont
We're not
decision,
going into the court business right now.
John Sununu.
Do you have anything
Put
else for
them.
us?
And not unless you have questions for me. It's clear that you know, that both the Ed Committee and this committee are not particularly friendly to what I have to say. I think that, you know, again, no matter what the numbers are, no matter what you do, the bare minimum, if you want to put it that way, is $10,000.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Saunders, for all the work you're doing, not just as superintendent, but also as an advocate for real costing and funding for our public schools. But I think you had a very realistic observation in your comments just now when you said, hey, you know, the state can't just manufacture dollars. It can plan ahead to have dollars ready, which it does every 2 years in a budget cycle. But it can't just manufacture dollars. And even when the state plans ahead, we talk with people like Bruce Knur and Keene from Department of Revenue Administration that says when you do change something, it's going to take that amount of time for it to.
Absolutely.
But we don't have to change anything. And we've got $182 million sitting in the Education Trust Fund at the end of this year. What would you do with that?
Well, I certainly wouldn't dump it into the general fund. I mean, that defeats the purpose of, because then you're going to end up, I mean, when you start doing that, you're going to end up in a situation where you don't have those dollars to tap into for other obligations, by the way, that the legislature has created for the taxpayers. So you have the obligation of EFAs now. Those have that money has to be raised and appropriated. You have charter school. By the way, you're not meeting the obligation to them either.
I think we need to get back to our business today.
Right. So it's
You're talking about, the sheet that was handed out just yesterday. I
the
get
sheet that came out yesterday from Finance, and I
Yeah,
don't know if you've
yeah.
got a copy of
But-
it, but
There
are
wasn't enough
extra
copies to go around.
And so there's been some discussion about amending bills to be able to dig into some of this and begin using this starting July 1st, 2024 for the upcoming school year. Is that something that we should be looking at, or should we?
I think using it and emptying it are two different conversations.
That's what I'm talking about, using it
Yeah,
for,
I mean-
for public school purposes.
Well, I think you have to use it to, and I'm sorry, this probably isn't what you want me to say, but you have to use that to meet the obligations that you guys have made that, by the way, you hadn't raised and appropriated for in the beginning. We didn't raise and appropriate money for EFAs. Where's that in the budget?
Let's get down to where we are with this particular task today. We're running out of time here. So if there are no more questions, I'm going to take a break here. We're going to take a half-hour lunch here. We got to stand up and walk around. Then we want to come back, and then we got to move forward with suggesting where we're going to go with these 4 bills. And I want to get that done today so that we can get, amending language done, so we can have it proper action on the policy committee, which this is going to, and then we'll be on our way. Thank you very much.
Pick
So-
20th.
Pardon me?
Well, I can't see this clock.
Yeah, it would be, according to that time zone up there, it'd be right around 20 up, unless somebody needs a little bit more time.
12:45.
12:45, okay.
Okay.
Round off. Thank you.
Yeah, we will. We'll get over to Josephine.
Yes.
Let's go.
gonna plug this.
What
call this subcommittee back to order here. And there was some discussion prior to lunchtime, if anybody got any lunch, that we look at the right-hand side of the column a little bit in terms of fiscal capacity. We had discussion this morning about that, not really into a whole lot, but there was passing discussion. Does this group feel comfortable moving forward with making some changes on the base cost, making some recommendations regarding a differentiated aid? We haven't talked SWEP yet either, and we need to talk that one. But are we also interested, while we're talking, proposed needs or changes to the funding formula, interested in talking about fiscal capacity disparity aid, as it was reflected in HB 2 this last year that we're in? Representative Ames?
Well, I definitely am. I think that on top of that, the House was, when we went through the budget process a year ago, the House position, I think, was supportive of what you're talking about, the fiscal disparity aid component is what I'm talking about. And it seems to fit. The amount involved is about right, so it seems to fit into what we've been talking about as a one-time input in future.
One time, and that was a holdover from HB 1680, was it? Was that in 1680, Representative Luno? Fiscal capacity disparity aid in 1680?
No.
No, it wasn't.
No, but it was in.
Aaron Hennessy's was extraordinary needs.
It was in the 729.
Yeah,
709, 729 that we worked on 6 years ago.
okay, yeah, uh-huh.
And it was also in what we brought, I think, to Division 2 during the budget process.
Yes.
We had a fiscal capacity disparity. I was just pulling up the work.
It was in the House passed version of HB 2 and excised by the Senate. And since we didn't have a conference committee, the discussion was over. So let's throw it back to them.
Yeah. So I was just pulling up our.
What was the amount? What was the amount for fiscal capacity disparity aid? Pardon me?
Just,
Dave will get it.
I think it was 77.
77 million?
It hasn't received HB 2 change to the governor, so we had 70. Do you want to go back?
So it's the same order of magnitude of what we were discussing already this morning.
One of the things
Go ahead.
One of the things that continues to concern me, it's the data, the sources of data. And I know I'm like a broken record about House Bill 601 and the direct Medicaid certification. If there was some way to get our data better, and I know in my city of Manchester, it really matters. We are not getting people aren't filling out the forms because during COVID, they didn't have to. So now all of a sudden, I hear the school board chair, making all kinds of announcements to parents, please, will you fill in those forms? So that's been a concern of mine. And I know that Medicaid was skewed previously because everybody pretty much could be on Medicaid if they applied for it. But now those numbers, I believe, are better. If I'm correct on that, Mark? Is the data better in that area?
The FNR data.
Yes.
The FNR data is moving closer to what we would say status quo, so pre-pandemic. So yes, the data is stabilized. The pandemic, huge reduction in FNR counts because of the USDA waivers. The data is stabilizing. Yeah.
Good, thank you.
If we do have I think we have a bill that we have not acted upon that deals with Medicaid, personal identification of information, I think, or something such that. But at any rate, I don't want to go in that direction here right now. My Lord, we have all this other stuff on our plate. Yeah. Okay, so fiscal capacity disparity, we're talking $70 million?
I'm looking for it.
In the form that you brought us, David.
No, I don't know. I'm just not finding it.
I don't have my computer with me either. Mark, do you have any information?
I'm just wondering if that,
Yeah, thank you.
There you go. Be careful, Margaret. Did you check the bag? We won't go with that. Okay, Mark, do you have anything you could help us out with in this discussion of fiscal capacity disparity?
Bags already.
Now you're more in a better mood, huh? Back grounded on earth again.
Yeah, I'm just trying to go back in time to what the House Division 2 passed, and you guys, the discussion as far as the House and Senate negotiations, and then I think your collective memory is correct. I'm just trying to get the numbers. Yeah, it looks like the amendment, it was Amendment 1170 that Division 2 went with. Division 2 was interested in increasing extraordinary needs grant above current law. I'm trying to find, it's actually hard to keep track of this, but I believe what Division 2's, and we're talking about the budget here, I believe you were doing fiscal capacity disparity aid, and I think you were doing, did you add just the F&R aid only? I think that's, but regardless of what you did back then, I think what the conversations I remember the House Division 2 having back then was extraordinary needs. Just to go back to all the different grant vehicles, there's a lot of vehicles you could choose to fund, a lot of methodologies, a lot of ratios you can choose to fund. Extraordinary needs as property over F&R counts. So it's your property values relative to your F&R counts. So it's really only going to be targeted to communities that have two things: low property values and high F&R counts. It's all relative speaking. It's all based on a statewide average. So that's how extraordinary needs grant works. So basically, those two metrics, relatively speaking, needs to be achieved. Fiscal capacity disparity aid does not consider F&R data. It just goes students over, property over students. So it hits some different communities. Fiscal capacity disparity aid is going to hit some communities that extraordinary needs grant does not. So I think, kind of just throwing out maybe Goffstown as an example, but there's some communities where their F&R numbers are average or below average, but their EVPP is really low. So their fiscal capacity disparity aid grant is going to be higher, where they're not necessarily going to get hit with the extraordinary needs grant target. And I believe how things ended up, the House position previously was that the House Division 2 liked extraordinary needs grant for what it did. They liked, I believe they liked fiscal capacity disparity for what it did. And then they wanted one metric that was just F&R only. And so just to go back to the progression of time, the 2021 one aid component, there was $60 million that included fiscal capacity disparity aid, which is property values over pupils. And then it included F&R aid, which just looked at F&R ratios for each community and didn't care about the property values within those communities. That's 2021. That was a one-time boost. Then extraordinary needs grant came into effect in 23. By that time, fiscal capacity disparity aid had already expired, and F&R additional aid was still in the budget. It was called relief aid. So fiscal capacity disparity aid, we have not seen that since 21 in the formula. F&R focused aid, we've seen that in the budget in 21. We saw that in 22 as relief aid. And we don't see it in 23. And now the only sort of right side grant that we have is extraordinary needs grant. And so, and the hold harmless, yes. Mm-hmm. And stabilization's gone. Yeah, lots happened. But the sort of policy discussion or policy discussions that I witnessed back when all of you were considering that is all these different mechanisms have different targets that they're hitting. So extraordinary needs grant, to some extent blends the targets because it grabs property and F&R. So it's sort of it's more kind of efficiently using one mechanism to describe two phenomenons, property and poverty, where the different other programs isolate one metric and fund it, isolate one metric and fund it, isolate one metric and fund it. So those are the policy discussions I remember you guys having last budget.
Representative Luno?
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Mark. Yeah, extraordinary, I think you described extraordinary needs very well. But when you're blending fiscal capacity or, property valuation and poverty, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about a resource factor, which is property valuations, and poverty is a cost factor. So when you blend them together, you're not addressing poverty every place it is, and you're not addressing access to property value everywhere.
And your poverty metric is already embedded in base adequacy, in the differentiated aid.
Correct.
So a pure play on the property value correction should be one of the components in addition to base adequacy and differentiated aid.
Correct. And when I look back at it, I think, Mr. Chair, you were talking about what we were working on for HB2 was based on a bill we worked on together, House Bill 529. That was.
Yeah, that's the bill.
So I just found it, and at least my most recent look at that, your memory is absolutely correct. There were two components to the quote right side of the formula: a fiscal capacity component, which was a little over $42 million, almost $43 million, and then an enhanced free and reduced lunch, which is looks like $10.3 million. So addressing those two components separately.
Representative Cordelli?
The other thing, I'm sorry,
Then you.
I didn't realize
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I did find a floor amendment to HB 2. Ladd, Luno, Emmerich, and Heath. Amendment 1285H that has adjustments to the three components: fiscal disparity aid, extraordinary needs, and the relief grant.
Yeah.
It has revised, but I don't see a total number
Okay.
or fiscal note of any kind associated with the floor amendment.
Yeah.
What I wanted to add,
I believe so. I haven't checked
Yes,
the
we
docket
did.
or anything.
I've
Yeah,
got
that was
just the reference for what the House adopted version of HB2 is section 149 of HB2. And that's fiscal, it's called fiscal disparity aid,
What was the section number again?
149.
Okay.
Now, before that, as was mentioned, there were calculations of what the formula that's in that 149 produces. And I'm sure that we can dig that up. I don't know just what it was.
Well, once again, by addressing this, we do help on the other side of the formula. We don't help them all because with property over top of F&R, some of the, or excuse me, on fiscal capacity, property over the students,
Got it.
some districts don't have many students. And so they're not really going to get that, but they are very poor districts and they're required to provide all the programming that another one is. And I think that captures a lot of communities where I live. And so, one of the foundational things is there's a geographic thing also in there, or a size of school or something such as that as a weighted factor. But see, we're not going there right now. So,
The
Are
other
there any
thing, I do have a number.
yeah, okay, that's where it's going to go.
So that the increase from current law proposed by HB 529, fiscal capacity disparity aid, in my computer here, it's at $85.8 million.
Just for that one component.
And when we did it 529, then we throttled it back
Yes.
based on what we had to work with.
Okay, so it's throttled back from that.
In HB2, it was throttled back a bit.
Yeah.
Conceptually, can we just agree that we want to reinstate the position of the House, whatever that was, whatever
Figure it
that
out.
quantity was, and send that back to the Senate? The way it landed in the final House vote
Yeah.
this last spring.
This ended up
Yeah.
You know, Tracy, you were.
Well, we initially started out at 48.
In the floor amendment, it was $4,000 per pupil, ADMR.
We couldn't get, David, we couldn't get to the other side. What happened with towns like Berlin and those places, Rochester, were coming out lower and lower if we had the base higher, but I thought the base, we did make a higher base in the,
We did, we did.
in the grand compromise.
According. The Senate brought it down.
We accepted the governor's base, I believe. Sorry.
We didn't accept the governor, 4,800?
No, ours was lower.
4,700.
Ours was lower.
Ours was lower than that, I thought.
Yeah, it was.
According to this floor amendment, it was increased from 3,561 to $4,000 per pupil.
Okay, yeah, it's 4,000. Senate bumped it up to 40.
Right.
Yeah,
To 41.
because we put,
Right.
we put our emphasis on the right
Yes.
side of the
Right.
formula.
Because then we adjusted, because that went into the charter school funding. And we
Yeah.
adjusted that from the it would have been $9,100. We throttled that back to 9,000 for a charter school student.
And that was all part of the compromise too.
What would happen if we left the base where it is at 4186 and then put the difference of the 44, 45 over in fiscal capacity?
Rather than in base adequacy.
I hear what you're saying, and you know, that's where I, you know, that is an equity-driven result as opposed to a con val. I know we're not here to, you know,
Yeah.
and I think that's the challenge when you put it, you know, if you put it all towards the base, it does very little for a whole lot of places. And if you put it on the equity side, it actually puts it where it's needed most.
But I think the formula was heavy F and R, because we dumped in, I don't even remember how much at the last minute, that we piled on the right-hand side, and 80% of it went to Nashville, Manchester, and Concord. It didn't reach the outer banks that we wanted to reach. It reached places that had high F and R.
And we couldn't get to it unless we did put a stabilization in. We had a percentage of stabilization that brought back like Berlin, Rochester really got hit hard.
Well, and that's why, I think on the 529 work we did, we went with fiscal capacity disparity that was about 4 times more than the FNR, because that reached out to more places.
Right.
But we also recognized that we had to do something on the enhanced FNR side. But the more you increase the base, the more it takes away from what we have to work with.
But don't we think for the courts, we have to do something on the base? I really, politically, I think we're, we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot. I mean, we're together for this reason.
I think your approach is better, though. I would mess with the base right now. Say we're gonna do it gradually and take the 2 items that we discussed before lunch and do those 2 steps, and not try to make Conval happy right out of the gate.
Well, they're not going to be happy because we don't have that type of dollar.
Well,
What about breaking special education?
oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. All the things we talked about before lunch,
Yeah.
those amendments, absolutely, but I think, and then your committee gets to represent.
Well,
Then you're trying to do it in a step manner rather than all of a sudden a giant,
the weighted, excuse me,
oh, I'm sorry.
the weighted amounts there in the differentiated were based off the $4,404 base. So that's upping the base from where we are with 4186 now. Yeah. If your base goes up more, then with the limited dollars, we'd probably have to go with a lower factor for differentiated aid special ed.
Well, if you're not doing anything with the base, then you could put it towards the fiscal capacity disparity, free and reduced lunch, and the 3 factors of special education.
Right.
But if you put it on the right-hand side of the column, that's not adequacy.
No, I know. Well,
And-
special education.
Special education, that's why I think this weighted, we got to do that. But, if we have other money right now, I think we ought to put it on the base, but then also then recommend that we conceptually recognize the need for fiscal capacity disparity aid. I don't know if I have an exact figure we should use that right now, whether it should be 70 or, we're creeping up to over $100 million.
182.
Yeah, but then you're exhausting that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, just an effort to reconcile a whole bunch of comments that have already been said. You're on a tight timeline. You're looking to report to the floor, and it's a two-committee bill. So I would suggest that go ahead and amend 1583 the way you've proposed it. It introduces the categories, it raises the levels both of base adequacy, and set it on the way you had it, July 125 as an effective date. Get it to the floor, get it passed, get it to finance. Amend a different vehicle, put in adequacy aid, so they're writing in two different bills, and just reinstate precisely what this House approved, last spring. And get that to the floor, and then let finance have the luxury of another month to run numbers and figure out, what we can actually afford. But send it to them with two different effective dates so that we're on record as having made the commitment on base adequacy and differentiated aid, but we're allowing for stepping in the funding commitment. So I think that just takes all the ideas that I've been hearing and tries to say, okay, there's the action plan.
Because come 7/125, we're going to be in.
Well, that's good because that narrows the discussion,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I think, like what we're talking about. I mean, what we can do right now is, I hate using the analogy, but it's a Band-Aid, and it's not by design. We can't manufacture money. We know what's in the account, or what would be in the account going into FY 25, and we can use a strong percentage of that. And then by design, during the next budget cycle, which that's where everything is up to be designed in a budget cycle.
Can I ask Mark a question? With regard to that, Mark, you send your notices out to school districts at what point for their following year? When do they find out what their allocation is going to be?
So most districts are building their budget for fiscal year 25. They received that revenue estimate in November 15th. So a few months ago, they received the revenue estimates from the state on how to build their 25 budget. If you amend fiscal year 25, which it's been happening the past few years, amending state law after the local budgets have been passed, they can do a special district meeting to access that money for the appropriation purposes of spending on their schools, or they can, if they do nothing, it lapses to the taxpayers essentially. It goes to reduce their tax liability for the tax rates come December 2024.
Thank you.
Or we can consider a similar bill earlier this week, the one with regards to changes in estimated versus actual state grant. And another possibility, depending on how the legislation is crafted, if the grant was in excess, it could also be left up to the governing body to make a determination, which would obviously cost a lot less than this.
Representative Cordelli?
I based on a couple of things I've heard, I would hesitate on a 1 year only fix. We've run into so many problems in the past when we do something for 1 year, and then the following year we get accused of cutting school funding or whatever the case may be. Two, I'd like to see us stay in the ballpark of what we were talking about this morning, the 70 million. And third, I would be just as happy, I think, not touching adequacy given the current court case. don't touch it and getting, are we sticking our fingers in the pie by touching adequacy?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I'd like to echo that. Is a one-time thing is easy to get used to and hard to get rid of. And I think we need to remember that we're at the very first step of a long process. And so we don't have to work out all the details, but we've got a general ballpark of where we're headed. And I like the direction that's going, but I think that those of us in the Education Committee will be able to pick this up as soon as it gets to our committee.
To that end, I think the second committee on this is Ways and Means. How are you gonna fund it in the future? It's obvious finance can fund it from the past. So we're like a rubber stamp. I really think Ways and Means is gonna be on the hot seat if this is gonna be an ongoing situation. Where the money gonna come from?
So, before you go there, Dick, before you go, so are you recommending this be a one-time shot rather than?
No, I'm recommending if we're gonna make these changes, they become permanent
Okay.
changes. But then you gotta figure out how you're gonna pay for them.
That's my position as well, you know. And there is nothing worse when you go back to the school district and you start talking about what the budget's going to look like when you know the legislature just did a one-time thing and you have absolutely no idea where you're going to be next year. And I hear from many people in the administration, school board, and constituents, they won't reduce the property tax if they think it's only 1 year, because they're then going to start talking about what the ratchet effect looks like in year 2.
We saw that when we cut SWEP from 363 million to 263 million. How many taxpayers got a reduction in their tax bill? I don't think there was any. You did?
Well, that's because Sean Jasper comes from Hudson.
And when the one shot is fiscal capacity disparity aid, and you're in a 5-town district with 5 different demographics and 5 different consequences, it is a horrible debate. So let's spare them.
So let's get a motion on, take care of the part of this so far. So we can take 583 and amend 583 with those 2 components which we talked about this morning, the base cost going to 4404 and the weighted amounts per $4,404 by those percentage increases. I don't have it right in front of me, but it went like 0.5, 0.6 was it? At first category A, category 1583 was the base cost. Yes, so, yeah, so we will increase from 4186 to 4404.
Just everyone, remember to keep your mics on because it'll be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Special education to the 3 categories per your sheet with the 44.
That's right, and the category A is a 0.5. No, wait a minute, that's the old sheet.
0.6.
It's the one with a scribble on it.
Okay, 0.6, 1.2, and 1.8.
Yes, that sounds like it. Yeah, because I doubled the 6 to 12, and then we went up another 6 to 18. So that would be on that one bill, 1583. That's what we could recommend back to the full body of the policy. Now, the ones that have to vote on this.
And then let's make sure we're because we want to make sure we got the effective date on this, effective July 1st, 2024.
I have no problems with that.
Okay.
That would go into effect. So with that, so we can get something done here, the ones that can vote on that are those from the. Okay, so we take caucus.
I have a
quickly.
Question.
Yes.
So the special ed categories wouldn't go to House Bill 1656, the one on special ed?
No, we're going to use
that
it
for
for something
something
else.
We use that for something else. Got it.
Where are you on that, Glenn?
Huh?
Where are you on that?
On this?
The one,
I would want to see if we're going to do something else on, turn off your mic.
Caucus?
So I think we're on board with what you talked about, Mr. Chair. Going to a base of, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we're on board with what you talked about just after lunch, amending 1583 to go to a base of 4404. Having the 3 special education categories weighted at 0.6, 1.2, 1.8, and with an effective date of July 1st, 2024. And that total package would be about a $70 million package. We also would like to amend one of the other bills, possibly 1656, or put it on top of 1583 to add a fiscal capacity disparity provision, and I think we need to take a look at what the ranges are, given what Mark has reported out on the significant changes in property valuation. But a fiscal capacity disparity package of $50 million, an enhanced free and reduced price lunch package of $25 million, also effective 7/1/2024, and that would be a $75 million package. So altogether, we're talking $145 million out of the estimated balance of the Education Trust Fund on 6/30.
All righty.
I think you're too rich. Can't sustain it.
So thank you. I mean, I think the sustainability of that obviously has a lot to do with the next budget cycle, and there's a lot of things that I think go into, the budget cycle with respect to sustainability of all state operations. So.
We had some discussion on this, and I think maybe a little bit too rich here. But where we are, I think there's concurrence and agreement regarding the special education differentiated aid. I think everybody's on board with increasing that at the amount of 35. I'm trying to read which sheet it's got buried here. 35 million, a little over $35 million. And to consider also in the fiscal capacity disparity or in what bill was that in, Mark? The 39 million? In House Bill 2, we had fiscal capacity disparity aid in the amount of 39 in it. We'd like to see that side of the formula done effective July 1, 2024, and the area dealing with special education totaling up, about 74 million, and then writing in that effective at the, what would be July 1, 2025, that the amount of 4404 would be the base.
You're suggesting is leaving the base for FY25, base would stay the same.
And I'll just give you a little more information on that. And leaving the special education money set the way we've got it on paper right here, that was developed off $4,404. Leave that and just have that, inclusive in that amounts for each weighted, the dollars. And to put the 4,404 base costs and increment over the 4,100 plus we have right now to start in July 1, 25, and the fiscal capacity, which would be the 39 million that we took out of HB2 plus the 35 here for July 1, 2024. Starting. That's where we are.
What did you have again for the fiscal cap for the right-hand side?
That was 39, Mark?
39.
On which of the two components?
Fiscal disparity aid.
So that would be 39 million, and then anything anything on 300 booths?
No.
Is it
So it would
possible
be
to have
74 million effective 21, 7/1/24, and then the base adequacy for approximately 34 million, 7/1/25.
Mr. Chair, is it possible to have Mark run what we,
Pick a number. The policy that's been used with fiscal capacity disparity aid is you're always gonna aim for, and I don't know if it's average or median, but it's gonna start at the floor, so who's ever got the lowest, this is the policy that House Education, that I've always followed, that's always sort of adopted. The highest grant award is always gonna go to the community, generally with the lowest EBPT. And then it's gonna slowly phase out as you get towards the average. And so, give or take, move the numbers around a little bit. If you tell me you wanna spend 39 million, I can essentially say, okay, well then how would I distribute that in a way where that the community that has the lowest tax base gets the biggest grant award, and the community with the median-ish gets essentially zero or, dollars, small amount of dollars.
Right.
That's what we've done.
Yeah.
So we got to move here on this. Is that good with y'all?
No, I think we're interested in putting forth our versions of these amendments.
Can
Go ahead.
we present both options to the Education Committee?
Yeah.
One thing, I hate to see it come out 10-10 in the Education Committee, because then we get this big issue on the floor. Be good if we can get this to our second committee without a whole lot of hassle.
Then,
Because it's going to have to come back to the House floor, so
then could we do this? Could we put the two versions of the amendment? These could all be on one, using 1583 as the, right?
Sure.
For your version of a 1583 amendment, and the Democratic version of the 1583
Right.
amendment. Get those two amendments on top of, on 1583, and have the fiscal note or a department generated, fiscal note, for that, and then take them to committee, debate it around.
Right.
I agree, it would be great to have the committee rally around one of those, but if we can't, we can't.
Right. And then interim study the other three bills.
well, we interim study that. We haven't discussed the SWEP at all.
Yeah, talking about the SWEP,
Yeah.
certainly the other,
That's right.
yeah.
Yeah, but I want to make real clear here. This, we've said this is a Band-Aid. It's a continued Band-Aid. 1586 looks at a total look, it's really a restructuring of how we fund schools. And I want a commitment to look at this seriously. It's been 4 years since we put this forward. The first year we couldn't even get anybody talking about it. And frankly, probably the reason why we're talking about it now is because of the damn court case. So I'm not going to leave this committee until there's a damn commitment. I'm sorry, calm down. Sorry, Glenn. That we are committed that over the summertime that we're going to look at 1586 in a serious way, so that by the time we come to create a new budget next time, we at least have got something that hopefully is going to address. And by that time, we should know what the court's going to say, et cetera. So I guess, Mr. Chair, I'm asking a commitment on your part to continue a serious study of this if we in fact put this in the interim study, 1586, in the interim study.
If we have an interim study, I would hope that we could have the same composition and have a serious look, yes.
I would hope
I'm
this,
not going to guarantee that any bill comes out the way we're looking at it. That's up to the committee.
keep this group together.
As many as that are available.
Right. To do it.
Well,
All right, okay.
this summer, presumably, will still be here. Maybe not next year.
Right.
Mhm. I mean, I have to change my Alaska visit this summer.
Well,
go in August.
Go in August. That's a rainy season up there. It's awful up there. June's the best season to visit Alaska. Yeah, but yes, I would, I'm certainly good with that, but you're still, you're going for what? 100,
145.
145. See, we're going for 74, so there's a significant difference there. Yes.
Can you explain to me why only 70 and not 145? If the money, we're talking about the money that's budgeted in the Education Trust Fund, correct?
Yeah.
This 145 million. Why wouldn't we want to expend that?
Let the finance people
And maybe
answer that.
somebody can explain.
Because you can only spend it once. You don't have 145 endlessly. So it goes to Ways and Means and say, you got another 145, and they say, yay, nay, whatever, we're gonna have to do this and that, something else, and they can say, no, we don't. The difference, the delta right now in the Education Trust Fund is about $40 million a year. All right, so we're suggesting spending 70 ongoing, which is greater than the 40. So now we go look at Ways and Means and say, we got to come up with another 30. You're proposing to say, you got to come up with another 100 and whatever. I don't know what the math is.
100 million.
Well, yeah, that's right. It's another 100.
Sure, but we're only looking at one side of it right now, the Education Trust Fund. The general fund is the big enchilada. And what does the surplus statement look like for the general fund?
Right now, I think it's,
Over 250.
yeah.
So the general fund is generating revenues over plan?
Over plan.
Yes.
So that certainly seems like it would be enough to cover. I mean, we're talking about $75 million difference, right? In what you're basically, yeah, so the general fund is generating surpluses well ahead of what we're suggesting to be used for education, which in the state's discretionary spend is the biggest portion of its discretionary.
I just want to say that when we make a commitment, we have to do it for school districts. We can't tell them they're going to get X, Y, Z and then have to renege on that. It's not fair to taxpayers. It's not fair to school districts. They do their budgets almost a year ahead. So we've got to, this is a commitment and a promise, and we can't defer from that.
Mr. Chairman, we're talking about virtually the same package and virtually the same numbers, and the difference is how we phase it in. And we heard a difference in posture earlier. Is it a one shot? Is that a Band-Aid? I'd like to make this a commitment that is not a one shot and is not just a Band-Aid. It's a first step towards. And I think, yeah, I would like to certainly be on record that I hope any vote to put 1586 in interim study is a sincere effort to prepare the legislature for 2025 budget cycle. Okay. So in that context, I think since we're saying virtually the same thing and you're hearing input from Ways and Means, we don't have a vote, and Finance, that the best way to get this done is to stagger. This is the spirit and the purpose of the way that Representative Ladd laid it out. To do the things that you want to do in 2 steps, and then stick with it and work on 1586. And I think if you look at it like that holistically, it makes sense.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Representative Salisbury. I just think when we take a look at the changes that you're proposing to make and introduce for FY25 and the changes we're proposing to make and introduce for FY25, not just the total dollar, but the effect that it has on school on so many more school districts in a meaningful full way is going to be really important. Because I agree, I think we're not that far off in our general scope on this, but if we were to get from the department to see what the difference is and see what that means. I mean, I think we're talking about good changes for special education, and a good change to the base as well. But those two changes don't do anything, more for Newport than they do for Newcastle. And when we look at the other things that we're proposing, we're talking about things that are going to do a lot for Newport and a lot for Claremont and Berlin and a lot of the other towns that have really been suffering for the last 30 plus years in this. And it's not a solution, it's a Band-Aid, because everything on the right-hand side is to fix everything that's broken or things that are broken on the left-hand side of the formula. And one of the real positives around 1586, and I think 1586 can be shuffled around a lot of different ways, and Dick's been just in the last week been looking at a couple of significant changes to that, can be done in a way where it's a strong adequacy formula that doesn't require to be propped up with a bunch of right-hand side, bandages and braces and everything else. So I'd like to see us proceed with the two amendments in a form enough that the department could run some numbers, and then maybe as a group we could reconvene. It doesn't have to be for 4 hours on a Friday. Maybe it's for a half hour, when all of our committees are meeting or something like that. Or maybe it is. I think the next 2 Fridays we don't have task force.
I mean, higher ed.
Yeah, we don't have higher ed task force. So, and I know we got to be out and done by the 13th. We're going to exec these. So, but so that at least we're looking eyes wide open at what it all means.
Well, I think what we've got to do is just have another short caucus. We have not really caucused, we were in here discussing. So why don't we take a moment or two and do that? And so we need to clear the room out of everybody but the people on the committee here.
Okay.
Let me explain what we'd like to do. We would like to, I think we have general consensus from everybody here about the special education. So we think it's probably appropriate that we put the special education on a separate bill on 1656. And it would be as it's been presented to us earlier this morning, based on the 4404 and the weighted factors of 0.6, 1.2, and 1.8. So that's one of the other we would like to do is to take the bill, which is the 1583. That's the one dealing with the base in it, opportunity for an adequate education. And also adding on that by way of an amendment, amending it to include fiscal capacity disparity aid in the amount, we really didn't talk numbers, but basing upon what we heard, the $39 million, putting that on that. And also having the 4404 as the base on it and have the deadline for implementation on the fiscal capacity disparity aid as 1 July 2024, and the implementation of the base cost at 1 July 2025. Okay, so you got the special ed one, right?
Separate.
1656. And that is the bill which came about special ed. That is the bill. And then we want to take 1583. That's the one that deals with the base cost. We would like to also put into that bill the issue that we feel that the right-hand side of the column has to be looked at with fiscal capacity disparity aid as was reflected in HB2, and that's a $39 million tab
So that stays on the left-hand side.
on the right-hand side. Right-hand side. And then effective, that would be effective July 1, 2024. We'd have two effective dates within that bill. The second part of the bill would be the increase the base cost to $4,404, and that would be effective July 1, 2025.
So for what I'm hearing, and I appreciate that very much, I think we're close. I think I'd still like to see us create two amendments on each of these bills, and I think we can structure them the same way that you're talking about, so that we would have an amendment to, well, we'd both be in full agreement on 1656, 1656. We're all on the same page on that. And then an amendment on 1583. I think we would like to see a base of 4404 and a fiscal capacity disparity aid of 50 million and an enhanced free and reduced price lunch of 25 million, all effective 7/1/24.
Which was the 25 million?
That was the enhanced free. This is what we'd worked on together on House Bill 529.
So start over on 1583. You want to have, I wasn't writing down. I thought I knew where you're going. You strayed on me.
So no, we were fiscal capacity disparity aid of 50 million.
Yeah, 50 million.
And then the free and reduced price lunch additional grant of 25 million. So that's the $75 million equity package. And having both those ring in on 7/1/24. I mean, you've got a $40 million fiscal capacity disparity aid, 39 million on 7/1/24. So we're fairly close on that. We're essentially off by $36 million.
Well, I think if you, is that gonna appear in the bill, is that gonna fill the fiscal note? Just the policy going to bill?
No, the policy would be, there would be two amendments.
No, but I'm saying, are you gonna put the dollars in the bill or just the policy and let fiscal note carry the dollars?
The fiscal note would cover the dollars because it's coming out of the education trust fund.
Right.
We don't have to generate cash for this year because we've got it. But it would be incumbent during the budget process of next year, if the policy was to remain, we wouldn't have the policy sunset, but if the policy was to remain the same, then it would be up to budget next year
We
to
agree.
make sure that, or change the policy. So,
So
yeah.
is this a commitment, though, to continue this?
Yes.
Subject to
The next legislature.
Mhm.
So exactly what type of dollar sign are you looking for going effective July 1, 2024?
It would be,
Total,
it,
109 million?
145 million.
Oh, okay.
And you're at,
Because you're subtracting out 35 though, for the special ed.
no, sure, yeah, so we're both agreeing on the special ed.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah.
so, so, so it's 110, 109, 110 million. And so we're at that for that one, and you're at 39 plus whatever the 4404 costs beginning 7/1/25.
Correct.
Which is 16 million for every $100. Right, so it's $300. So that's 45 million, something like that.
Let me get this straight, because on the second bill we're talking about putting in, you're talking about the base, right?
We're talking,
And that is 34 million?
that's 34 million.
Yep, and then we're talking about, you said F and R?
So talking about a base of 34 million, that's base of 4404,
Yeah,
it's 34 million.
Yeah.
Plus fiscal capacity disparity aid of 50 million.
why not the 39?
Well, let's talk the whole thing, and then a free and reduced price lunch at 25. I mean, Rick, I'm a transactional based guy on this type of stuff, and if we're close, let's get close. But if you're willing to do free and reduced price lunch, and we know how much free and reduced price lunch is a cost factor, then I'm not going to quibble, and Mel can kick me under the table. I wouldn't quibble on 10 or 11 million dollars on fiscal capacity disparity. I mean, I don't have permission to
The
say
only
that.
difference, you want that, the whole package, 7/1/24.
Everything 7/1/24.
So that totals up to what, 98 million? 34,
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
39,
Yep.
25?
Yep.
Pardon me?
Plus the
Not
35.
Right, but that's separate.
I mean, sorry, plus the 45.
That's a
right,
separate
right.
bill.
Yep.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
It's coming out of the same
It's
pot.
the same
Right,
package.
same, right,
Terry's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I think we're still way apart.
We're not that far apart.
Yeah, we are.
It's just change the base increase to 25.
That's why I think if we have Mark do the comparison, we can see exactly.
Side by side almost.
I think you're right. And Tracy's on to a good thought on that.
Thought the other was
Yeah.
24, and just the base move off to 25. So everything else you want goes into 24.
So base would be 7/1/25. Fiscal capacity disparity aid of, I'm just going to round 39 up to 40 million, 7/1/24.
Right.
Free and reduced price lunch at 25, 7/1/24.
Right.
And the special education category, 7/1/24.
Correct.
I think we're really close.
I can't vote, so
No, but I mean, but you're, yeah. Your vote counts in the next committee, so,
Fiscal.
yeah, yeah.
well, I think that's more palatable. So it doesn't wipe out the whole fund.
Mm-hmm.
What is the bottom line total amount of money we're been chasing from the trust fund?
It would be, so we came down 10 off that and 45, so 55, so, we were at 140, so that'd be 90 in the first year, and then 45 plus the base wouldn't come off in the first year. So it would be, I think it would be 90, it looks like, in the first year.
So remember, don't forget, we already budgeted the second year, so we're moving on money that we've already budgeted, so we're adding to.
Making up that 90, break down the 90 for me.
The 90 would be,
35,
40 mil, I'm just using numbers that end in zeros, pretty much. Fiscal capacity disparity of $40 million, 39.
Yeah. 40 million.
40 million. Free and reduced price lunch, 25 million. Special education, 35 million. Is that up to 90?
10,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
100.
Yeah, good, because I wasn't looking at the numbers. I was,
For 7/1/24.
for 7/1/24. Yeah, and some real important things that none of this presses into the hold harmless. Only extraordinary needs presses into hold harmless. This doesn't, not a penny of this presses into hold harmless.
Sure, you're not talking about the base at all.
Base will push off to 7/1/25, and that's going to be subject to the next budget anyway. So,
But the intent's there.
and a yeah, who knows what. So,
Could get down to 99 if you had the fiscal disparity at 39, like we were told.
Don't round it up.
Don't round it up.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Okay,
that.
good.
Yeah, I was just using numbers that end in zeros.
Yeah, I know, we
Oh,
just, numbers are easy when they're not yours, huh?
Yeah.
It's not coming out of your pocket.
Well, it is. It's all coming out of our pockets. So,
I said your
yeah,
pocket.
Yeah. So,
Representative
yeah.
Dry?
Yeah, I just want to, where did the free and reduced come from? Because that's the first time that's been introduced. into
no,
this.
we Representative Ladd and I worked on this. We've worked on this together for many, many years, going back to 2019, I think. And the evidence behind the costs associated with providing instruction and educational outcomes for students that come from low income families comes directly out of the work we did on the study commission, but it also came out of work we did together on House Bill 709 and on House Bill 529 that went into the budget that was later ripped out in the Senate. So,
When you're talking about the FNR, you're talking about taking it in the differentiated aid category or on the right-hand side?
on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
So in effective 7/1/24, we are looking at $74 million, the special ed plus the free and reduced. And you're looking at, in 7/1/24, the free and reduced, the FNR, and the special ed for, let's say, 98.
99, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
99.
Let's not chip another million
Right,
off.
yes, right. What's $1 million
Yeah.
here and there?
It's,
To
So-
clarify that, I think you said that our position was the free and reduced, but it was the fiscal capacity disparity aid.
I had both. Fiscal disparity aid
Was the 39.
was the 39
Right,
plus free
plus
and reduced. we have
25.
For 25.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
Whose
right.
position?
So-
that's
so we're,
right.
we're basically at 74 and you're basically at 99 for fiscal year 20.
Well, hold on. No, we're not at 99 unless you're at 99.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so,
Oh,
we'll,
okay.
we'll
Right.
want,
Well, I'm right, but
Yeah,
that, right,
yeah.
at the moment, that's where we are.
well, we only came down to,
Right.
you know, we gave up base to 25, and we gave up fiscal capacity disparity from 50 to 39, with your agreement to add free and reduced price lunch, the
Right.
expanded FRPL on the right-hand side to 25.
Right.
So-
So you're, if we come to,
That could be a common.
shaking of hands on that, you're at 99 for effective 7/1/24.
Yeah,
And we're at
You-
74.
no,
No,
you'd
wait,
be
wait,
at
no, no,
99 on that.
no, I'm
If-
sorry.
Yeah,
Right, we'd both be at 99. and
99, we can shake
Right.
hands.
And,
If,
and the base in 25.
correct.
Right. As well as, both an agreement on special ed.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Time to go home.
Are you on that?
No more talking.
Yeah, it's a Friday afternoon. so-
Get it over with.
Okay, I think, were you on that?
Excuse me, I'm just pointing out that 25 away from 99 puts us exactly the same. I'm just, the free and reduced has a background that just reappeared, and I'm just a little bit behind on that.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
Yeah,
Rep.
yeah.
Chair Ladd, you speak to this as well as anybody on the cost of education with,
Yeah, it's an important area that helps the towns which are needing it. Your town.
I get that. I'm just saying that that wasn't in any of my notes coming up to right now.
Yeah, that was part of HB2, I think.
it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yes. So this is
HB2
all
out
part
of the house.
HB2
Right.
that we were
Yeah.
talking about. So we're, I think that we're at a point where we can take something back to the committee as a whole. And let it be decided there. So all those in favor of a recommendation, I'll read it. 39 for fiscal disparity aid, 25 for F&R, and 35 for special education weighted values, all to be done by 7/1/24.
And then the base of 4404 on 7125.
Right.
And then and we already said the special education are calculated against the 4404,
So the
the 35.
so the 34, which is the 4404, is recommended for July 1, 25, correct?
Yep.
Say it again?
I just said instead of saying 4404, I was also saying that $34.3 million is what it adds up to as an increase. That will be done. That involves the 4404 from 4182. That would occur in July 1, 2025.
Correct.
Yeah, so. Okay, let's have a vote on that from the. Pardon me?
Yeah, Mark will do a full,
Mark will do the numbers by town.
Well, yeah,
he'll do a full.
but that's not gonna
Thanks,
be,
Mark.
that's not,
So, yeah, I was just gonna explain so what you're doing here is, we're focusing on the policy. So
Yes.
First you've gotta decide what policy you have. I can give you some rough, I can help all of us get some rough language in place. But finance is gonna fine tune it.
yep, that's right.
Yeah.
That we'll vote on the policy side of it.
And just from I thought the way Mark laid out the policy, particularly on fiscal capacity disparity, looking at whatever the low EVP is and what EVPP and whatever the median EVPP is, and median, the average, or average. Yeah, I think that's what we did too. Yeah.
Mid-tier,
Yeah, and then you put $39 million on that.
spread it out with the lowest one.
Yep. And then free and reduced price lunch. Actually, you did the numbers when we did the budget, so it would look very similar to that. So
17.5 million, so now it's gonna
be 25. So double whatever, yeah. Great.
Okay, so let's take a vote of the education committee members only. Going around the table.
For the roll call.
We don't have to do that in the subcommittee.
Yeah.
We-
Jen, what you get is-
No, we're not gonna do that here. We're on. So let's walk around the table from Representative Dry. Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Luno, Representative Myler, Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Dry, Representative Ladd, yes. So we have a recommendation to take back to the committee. The other thing we have to look at here is have a motion on 1686. This is on no, I like to establish a foundation off that one, 1586. And I think we're all in concurrence that we do a conscientious job of interim study on that and get down and start as soon as possible and look at the total gamut of funding education. They're all due and we will be voting on the report in November. So the dates are already down in the calendar. So interim study is something that's, we don't decide the dates. They're already done by the House.
1686. So,
Right.
oh, I thought you were talking, sorry, 1586.
Yeah.
1586, yeah.
Yeah, we're interim study.
Right.
Yeah, so let's take a vote on that. Are you ready to go first time? Okay,
Yes.
Representative Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Myler, Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
and Representative Ladd, yes, so that, we're unanimous on that. Leaves one more bill here. 1686, SWEP.
I move ITL.
Second.
You, unfortunately, you're not allowed to vote. I want to have a discussion first on that, because we haven't discussed it yet. So, we know that the excess SWEP is a little less than 30 million. Projected out the year after that, somewhere around 26. I can't recall. Mark, you know those numbers better than anybody here. So the concept is that I think the way we're looking at it, that the town still collects it, but has to return the access to the treasury or to the department. I don't know.
The bill doesn't read like that.
To the treasury, yeah.
How's the bill read?
The bill reads that it all goes to the treasury and then it makes disbursements back to the town.
No, the bill reads the excess.
It's the excess.
Six, no, 1686 is just excess.
So the excess is returned.
Yeah, 1586 was,
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
yep,
Yeah.
no, yeah.
Okay, so we have that to deal with. Know that we're also going to be talking about this in 1586.
Right.
So it's incorporated into that discussion as well. So it's in actually two places within what we have to do here. 1686 is, it's going to be, vote your conscience or what your town wants you to do, I think, more than party. But at any rate,
Yeah,
I think
So
that's,
it's about 27 of us that would be
so let me float an idea.
Towns,
on-
which a lot
towns,
of-
I mean.
you have a lot of people though in that number of towns.
Let me float an idea on 1686. And I do not agree with the coalition community position that they shouldn't have to contribute towards the state tax that's used to fund education, and that if they were to contribute to such a fund, that they would the towns would be owed some level of accountability on the use of a state tax. I just don't agree. the last part I have, you know, because the state deserves accountability, but the towns don't. But if a portion of the concern over a statewide property tax is for its use in education, then as an alternative, could it be deposited into the general fund to be used for roads, bridges, anything else?
That's a good question.
Would that be more? No? Right.
It's disappearing from the town. It doesn't matter what it's used for. It's going into
Okay.
the paper.
All right.
I'd be willing to put an amendment that the excess stays with the town, but it has to be used for educational purposes.
Mr. Chairman?
There was a bill that I handed out, I can't put my hands on it, which was HB 77, and I can't find it in this massive paperwork here, but there was one we introduced. Representative?
So the premise of HB 1686 is to deal with a constitutional problem that has to do with equitable funding of education. So redirecting the excess to bridges and roads, you're talking about?
Depositing the rather than calling it flat, call it state property. Deposit it to the general fund.
I see,
And
okay.
Take the education. Somebody else's education.
Yeah.
But if it's
Well, a deeper discussion of SWEPT for another day, I'd love to join in, but right now, if we're just talking about the excess, it's clearly got to be for education purposes.
Here's an amendment which we once had in HB 337. And this was dated back in 2009. Yeah, Representative Hess, Flanagan, Ladd, Kirk, Bentoncourt, and Jasper, old timers. And it reads as follows. A municipality may remit the balance of such excess or any portion thereof to the Department of Revenue Administration as provided in this paragraph, or retain the balance of such excess to be used in the current fiscal year or a future fiscal year to offset the costs of school building construction or renovation project, or to offset catastrophic special education costs incurred, provided that, notwithstanding the eligibility provisions set forth in RSA 198.15A through 198.15H, 198.15U through 198.15W, we're talking about building aid there, I think. And 186C18, the municipality shall exhaust such excess as a condition of eligibility for school building aid, alternative school building aid, or catastrophic special education aid. So what it was basically trying to do is say you use it for those specific purposes. It could be expanded to make sure it's used for education.
Can I comment on that? But those non-excess swept towns will not have that. You know, I live in the city of Manchester. The city of Manchester generates a large amount of money in terms of lotto, in terms of Keno, in terms of any number. We don't say we generate those monies, so we want to keep them all. They go out to the state and they're used for the roads, they're used for all different purposes. So places like the city of Manchester and Nashua, why should we be penalized? And the people that can raise more than they need to raise for SWEPT are allowed to keep it for those purposes. That means that we're going to get a double whammy with building aid because we don't get it anyway, and now you really won't get it.
Any further discussion on it? Representative Ames?
I guess two things. One is FYI, there is another SWEPT bill that came to the House floor a few weeks ago on the consent calendar and then was referred for interim study to Ways and Means. And that bill sends all collected revenue from the SWEPT tax to the DRA for deposit in the Education Trust Fund, less a 3% processing fee that's allowed to the municipalities, and then also has changes in the homeowner low and moderate income, rebate program. So that's been returned. It's an interim study in Ways and Means. We'll see what happens with it. It's a bill that I sponsored that's been hanging around for quite a while. It's essentially the same as what's in the back of HB 1586. Just so you know, there's an interim study on this same subject.
Were you the first committee to receive it, or did it go to another committee?
First committee.
You're the first committee.
And then the other comment is that I think on this legal issue that, well, I'll just express an opinion. The likelihood is that this part of Ruoff's work on school funding is likely to be approved. I say that based on, just my understanding of the law and others' input. Ardinger, Mr. Ardinger feels very strongly along those lines and shared his views with Ways and Means, which is part of the reason why we went into interim study on this. And I think any bill that tries to retain for the locality where the money was generated in any way or form is going to trespass on the notion that this is a state tax, needs to go for statewide purposes and not be essentially rebated to the taxpayers who generated it, because that's the inequality, that's the lack of proportionality that makes the whole swept model with the provision allowing retention unconstitutional in the views of many. And, so take that for what it's worth. Everybody has an opinion on what's constitutional, what's not. And I think there's a good chance that in this case, this swept tax with the retention of excess swept is headed for a definitive and final ruling that it's unconstitutional. So we need, if that's the case, we need to figure out what to do with it. It's not really a school funding issue right now. And it is a taxpayer issue. So there's some time to work on it. Do you have a? 569 sounds good. Got a 5 and a 9 in it. I'm not sure about the middle digit.
Dick, could you also talk a little bit about how the order on Rand, what the timing is for that?
Well, it's been appealed. So everything's on hold, it's
Oh, okay.
stayed. So it's not, it can't happen. It's getting, it's really gotten to the point where it's too late going through this next cycle. We're into that cycle. So who knows when the Supreme Court will get to it. And when they do, it's going to have to impact on the next time around. And, presumably the general court, the legislature will respond and do something. But basically, that's the kind of thing that I think the court's better suited to get in the way of a law than school funding is. School funding is more complicated and involves appropriations. This is just saying you can't do it this way.
So would 1686 render any further court action sort of moot at this on as far as Rand? Would it address?
Oh, I see. Yeah, it would. If what's in 1586 were to pass, that would send all the money collected to the state, and that's the issue. 1686 would also probably be sufficient. There's some question about how you calculate excess swept because you don't really know for sure. until all the numbers, all the collections have happened and so forth, but that's a nuance. So, yeah, I'd say probably.
Yes, Representative Cascade.
Just to add to that a little bit, the summary judgment was ruled on for SWEPT, correct? And it requires a uniform rate. I'm not hearing anybody talk about setting a uniform rate. We're only talking about excess monies. Don't we have to do both?
No, there's the lack of a uniform rate derives from the sending, from the retention of the excess money by the municipality. So in effect, it's money coming back to the same taxpayers that paid $1.22 per thousand, and now they're getting back 22 cents per thousand because that excess swept actually was put back into their pot. Something like that. I don't know.
And just, is that clear? The $1.22 is the uniform rate. It's then adjusted based on equalized valuation. It's this retention of the excess that distorts that, and that's the practice that, as Davis suggested, we've got bills that hit this issue in 3 different ways, any one of which, in my opinion, would moot that specific claim, while the rest of the litigation, continued on to appeal.
Yes, Representative Phillips.
Repeals SWEPT, but it has no funding, no fiscal impact, because it keeps the numbers within the adequacy calculation.
Okay, we all want to get out of here, so maybe we ought to just go around the table and sort of get, this bill right here, I don't think for me adds up to the importance of the other bills we're doing, but it's important, I know it. It's money. So, Representative Dry,
So a vote now would be to just send it the way it is to our committee. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And when would we address the fact that there are other times that a negative tax rate can be set that don't have to do with education funding?
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry, this says prohibits DRA from setting negative local and county tax rates on real property. And we just heard last time that there are cases where that happens organically that have no relation to SWEPT.
We didn't talk about that. We had DRA talks somewhat about it at the initial part. I don't know if we're going to fix that here in this policy.
That's exactly why I'm saying, so just send it on to our committee and
Pardon me?
then just
Yeah,
send it
this-
on to our
I
committee.
think we need to send this right just to the committee and let the committee as a whole make a recommendation on this one.
Okay.
Everybody's going to be voting what their community wants them to vote. And I think for us to try and do something right now is that we'll just bring it back to the education committee and say there was no recommendation from the committee. We'll open up that great discussion there and sit there for 3 or 4 hours discussing it.
Enjoy.
Yeah. So rather, and yeah, I don't know where it's going to end up. I have no idea where that's going to end up. I'm sort of betwixt and between it myself. Yeah, I'm coming from one of those property poor towns. But I don't like the idea of taking money away from the community either if they're really basing their income and attracting business as a result of having a lower level of taxation.
Well, we do this for lots of other reasons. Practice to collect money that goes up for the common good.
I know it. When I lived over in Maine, where do you think they got all their money from? Cape Elizabeth, where they have the power plant? And spread that all over the state. What a common good.
Here we call it Seabrook.
Seabrook, yes. Seabrook here. Okay, well, I think we've made recommendations that as far as we're going to go with this committee, and I want to thank everybody taking their Friday afternoons for this or mornings as well. But I think our work is concluded. And thank you very much, and well, even maybe early, if maybe even if we have like a couple weeks or so later on in the spring before we have no bills, we might,
Made that commitment to the people of New Hampshire that we would continue this journey.
Yep.
yeah. Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon, everybody. I gotta go home and watch St. Lawrence play RIT.
Yeah.